But welcome to the 2023 celebration of Africa Day. Started, I guess it was in 1963 by the OAU to commemorate the beginning of the bringing together the African continent through the OAU. So here we are, what's it, 50 years later? 60 years? Someone's mind. Who's our mathematician? You know, it's the anniversary. It's the 50th, that's right. 56, okay, 50th anniversary of Africa Day. And so glad to see all of you here. This is our great opportunity to do this in conjunction with a number of partners. And I'm here simply representing Krista Johnson. I am not Krista Johnson, I guess most of you know that. But I am the Assistant Director for the Center for African Studies, and we are one of the sponsors of Africa Day. Again, and my job is to welcome you. So I say, Sawubona, is that right, Dr. Nyamu? Sawubona. And those of you, any Zulu speakers here? Oh, okay, so that means I see you or welcome in Zulu. And we welcome you to our celebration today. Today, this event was actually put together by one of our partners, Dr. Bob Wekesa, and he actually is going to give you the details of what you will be experiencing today. Bob is the Assistant Director for the African Center Study. Let me get it right. The African Center for the Study of the United States. Interesting, right? And we are the Center for African Studies. He's the Assistant Director for the African Center for the Study of the United States, and he has really been the one behind organizing this and bringing all the speakers together. So he, at this point, I'm going to invite him up to actually introduce the program, explain what's going to happen next, and to move it forward. So, Sawubona, welcome.
Thank you very much, Dr. Winstead and colleagues here today. Mine is going to be a very facilitative role, basically making sure that speakers speak when they're supposed to and speak for the duration set for them, and to ensure that we have engagement with our audience here as well as the audience that's joining us online. I think, as explained, my name is Prof. Wekesa. I am the Director of the Center for the Study of the United States, based at the University of Witwatersrand. Witwatersrand is a very long name, and just say this is the University in Johannesburg. And I'm very glad to be here, seeing all of you here, and those of us online. I think we're going to have some very interesting discussions, connections, networks. By the end of our session today, will be the richer in terms of understanding Africa. We set up this event on the understanding that May 5th is the day in May 1963, when a couple of African leaders from newly independent countries met in Addis Ababa to say, no, we'll have a continental organization whose major mission at the time of the liberation of the rest of the African continent. At that point, we were just about 10 or so countries that were independent, having started in Egypt, going on to Ghana, Nigeria, and many other African countries were actually yet to be independent. So the major mission there was the liberation of the African continent. I think the liberation mission is said to have come to a conclusion in 1994 when South Africa essentially divided from apartheid. And so this is the 60th anniversary. I think we're thinking we're, wondering, is it 40 or 50 years? It's actually 60 years since the establishment of the OAU. Our speakers will try to reflect on Africa over the last 6 decades. As you know, at that point in time, the organization that was established was the Organization of African Unity. And growing up, by way of Kenya, even though I work in South Africa and currently here When growing up, we actually just called it the OAU without even knowing the full name of Organization of African Union. But in 2002, this organization changed them to the African Union. So in fact, last year, we had the 20th anniversary of the AU. The AU itself has faced challenges. Some, people like one of our speakers here, Dr. Daniels, will actually perhaps discuss some of that. But he used to say the OAU or the AU is a barking dog that does not bite. That is one of the phrases that was used back then. And so this event is organized in partnership with obviously the Center for African Studies here at Howard, but also with the Constituency for Africa. And one of our key speakers will actually be from Constituency for Africa and will actually explain what that organization is all about. The background is that there have been very many animated discussions and vibrant debates on Africa generally, but African diaspora more specifically. How do Africans and African Americans and what some have called American Africans, quick on the term, how do they relate? Where are the areas of their convergence? Where do they diverge? Are we pulling in the same direction? How do we understand this whole notion of global Africa? How do we understand, for those of us young and older intellectuals, all these concepts of Afrocentrism, that Africa is a starting point, that Africa is the cradle of humankind, and yet Africa is really on the back footing in many respects. And so how do we resolve some of those contradictions? Africa is a rich and yet poor continent. Africa is a country of youth with a median age of 19.5 years, the youngest of our regions in the world, yet it's set with lots of difficulties in the health domain, with lots of diseases and pandemics, having a huge impact on the continent. Africa is a creative, innovative continent, yet at the same time not benefiting very much from creative industries that cultural industries. So there are many paradoxes, contradictions that we should be looking to discuss. And we thought that these discussions should not just be intellectual, even though we are from university. We want to ensure that communities are involved. So we hope that from today's discussion, you will spread the word. You will go, when you go home, meet your other colleagues, you will say we have this exciting new beginning, renewal, united of the Africa idea of Africa with our parents, with our friends, and so forth. And we also want to include policy makers because we understand that policy making and policy implementation is also very important if we are to elevate the place of Africa in the world. We want to include businesses because we understand that trade and economics is the brick and mortar of the relations. But from the scholarly end, we actually don't want to stop at this point of just discussing. We want to see what we can do in terms of knowledge production, so that this information, knowledge, perspectives, and insights can go into the teaching on and about Africa, can go into research and publication. I'm sure those of us who are students might be thinking of the projects we should be undertaking, and maybe those ideas will just spark on a day such as this. So as to engage more meaningfully with all the stakeholders, we got a discussion on the 60th anniversary of the AU of the Bridge. We want to generate knowledge, as mentioned, to inform scholarship, policy making, how can the AU and the regional economic communities, and I suppose we know the regional economic communities, SADC, Southern African Development Community, 15 countries in the southern part of the continent. East African Community, 8 countries in the eastern part of the continent. The community of Central African States, the big one being DRC, Congo, which actually DRC Congo is actually an interesting country because it fits in many regions. It's also in the East African community, it's in Central and Africa, but it's also in Southern Africa. It's a member of SADC, EAC, and others. The Western, ECOWAS, which is the Economic Community of West African States. I'm thinking that the big one being which country is that? The big one in the Nigeria. And I'm sure there are Nigerian colleagues here. 200 million people estimated, approximately to be one of the leading countries globally in terms of population in the next 20 to 30 years. And by the way, Africa itself now is actually also projected to have a population of about 2.5 billion people by 2050, becoming the most populous region in the world as it goes. And of course, not forgetting the Northern Africa, the Arab Maghreb region. We shall record the proceeding of our discussions today and publish those so that they stand as a record of our discussions today, because we think today is a momentous day, and what we discuss here might have a life of its own. It can become a reference point for future, so that you say we made some very solemn declaration on this day that has a life of its own. And as I mentioned, we challenged today's event and the discussions thereof to generate knowledge on theoretical conceptual approaches of how to study Africa from the point of view of African diaspora. So without further ado, therefore, we shall transition to the first session. But even before we do that, I just wanted to mention that today's discussions are going to be diverse. We kick off with reflections on the 60th anniversary of the establishment of the Organization of African Union, or AU as we call it now. And to help us understand that, two eminent colleagues, Professor Ezrah Aharone, who will be joining us virtually, is founder and executive director of Center for Global Africa at Delaware State University. I believe as we speak, he'll be joining us actually from Cape Town, South Africa, not from Delaware, which just shows how we are circulating this continent. And I hope most of us also make our way to the continent to experience life. The second speaker on this section of session on reflections will be Dr. Ron Daniels, President for the Institute of Black World in the First Century. It is right here. You can see it's calm and collected. And I wanted just a snippet is that Dr. Ron Daniels actually, those of you who have good memories, that he actually ran for the position of what? President of the United States of America. And I'm from the part. So you can listen to that. He knows exactly what he's talking about. He's not doing some guess. And then we'll transition from there to the session on Africans and African Americans and their experiences. I think we're looking at the convergences and divergences. We are all Africans, but sometimes there are difficult moments when we say, hey, okay, you are an African from Uganda, and you are an African from Eswatini, and you are African from the US. And so there are commonalities, but there are issues that sometimes can be divisive, and we want to be candid and open in discussing them as a way forward, as a way of then proceeding towards resolution and forging common partnerships. After that, and for this session, we'll be joined by Dr. Wilmot Allen, who is the founder of an institution called Bunche in Africa, based in Kenya. He's American, but currently based there. And as well as Mr. Dio Kaunde, he's right there. In fact, we can give him a round of applause. When he's seated, you can't make out his height, but I think when he comes to speak here, you will see that he comes with height as well. And he's a programming specialist for the District of Columbia, ABC, and a civic organizer. We'll get some lived experiences from these two colleagues. After that, we'll have a keynote speech. I wonder if Mel Foot is here, but Mel Foot has been at this game for a very long time. He's been involved in many Africa-US initiatives, and we'll get to know which these initiatives have been, where they have worked, where they have not worked, where they have succeeded, where they have failed, and look into the future of how we can make initiatives that connect the continent well. Thereafter, we will have a session on African diaspora and Africa-US foreign policy, very important. We have Mr. Bobby King. He is somewhere right there, and you can see that he is equally calm and collected, waiting for the moment when we will rise to the occasion. And is a board member of the International Association of Black Professionals in International Affairs. We'll also be joined online by my boss, actually, Professor Gilbert Takedala, Director of the African Center for the Study of the US at the University of Witwatersrand, and a graduate of Johns Hopkins University down the road. Well, and then we'll transition on to the role of universities and think tanks in Africa-US relations. We have three colleagues who will be making presentations here. One is Adam Clayton Powell III. I think we'll be doing it shortly. He's the director of the Africa-US Initiative at the University of Southern California, followed by Dr. Willa Winstead, who is assistant director of the Center for African Studies at Howard. He actually welcomed us here, and I think he meant everyone of the welcome. Unless you think otherwise, that you're not welcome. In Swahili, we say to make a visual, you've been welcomed here. As well as, again, this Ezrah Aharone will come on again to give us perspective on that, on the basis of the work that's been done between American universities and African universities at the level of the OAU and the AU in specific terms. And then we'll have a session in which I'll speak, as well as Professor Krista Johnson, Director of the Center for African Studies here, on this constructing Africa and African American terms and concepts. I think we'll go a little more theoretical and conceptual in this session, but we'll try and break down things and make it not try and make it a classroom, a lecture session, and then we'll move on to a session on diaspora youth exchanges, the case of the Payne International Development Fellowship. I suppose we have a couple of fellows there, right? I think a lot of and during that session, we look at the exchanges and what the career development, what the future looks like for our youth in this whole area. How can you up your game in terms of being employable or even being creative enough to be entrepreneurial and start your own business and so forth. And then, of course, we move towards coaching. So without further ado, it is now my honor to invite Dr. Ron Daniels to the podium to give us his thoughts reflecting on the 60th anniversary of establishment of OAU. I'm very certain his presentation, his interventions, his speech will be very inspiring. So in advance, let's give him a round of applause.
Or at least I have a good agent. So we say hotel. Y'all can say hotel. Bagani. Latvia. Assalamu alaikum. Okay. Well, let me just say it's an honor to be here at the Ralph Bunche Center. I came really at the behest of our newly anointed Secretary of State, Mel Foot, who will be joining us. Mel is a formidable advocate for Africa with the organization Constituency for Africa, and he will be coming to do a keynote address shortly. I'm also bringing greetings not only from the Institute of the Black World 21st Century, but
I'm convener of the National African American Reparations Commission, which is really at the heart of the U.S. and global reparations movement. I have to say that because I won't be able to stay for the duration. I have to duck out at about 11:45 because we have a major strategy session because we're very close to getting a piece of legislation called HR 40, which will create a commission to study and develop proposals for reparations proposals for African Americans done. Because reparations are raging all over the country and all over the world. And so I have to convene a meeting. So I'll be here, but I have to duck out for that purpose. I just want to apologize in advance for that. I also want to thank Bob's communicating back and forth with this opportunity and to dive right into the discussion. Let me frame it by saying that I see the discussion of the Organization of African Unity from the prism of Pan-Africanism. I approach it as a Pan-Africanist. And in a real sense, I think the Organization of African Unity to some degree was forged out of the sense, obviously, of Pan-Africanism. It is important because at one level, we have to make a decision about what will be the nature of Pan-Africanism. Coming out of the Manchester conference in 1945, there was a determination by many to return to Africa to begin to move beyond debating and discussing and negotiating with the colonizers to achieve liberation. That was the goal. That was one of the missions of after years and years and years. Let me also say that it's important for those of you who are gathered here because you might be classified as intellectuals or thinkers, which is also incredibly important. Because in the real sense, it is really the intellectuals who actually, believe it or not, are the ones who actually lead these revolutionary movements. Cabral, I'm gonna call Cabral, the great leader of Guinea-Bissau and PAIGC back in the days of liberation says that there are three tendencies on the part of the intellectual. The intellectual can either identify with the existing structures and systems of oppression. Many will sort of vacillate and waffle about what to do about it. Well, should I engage movement to struggle or should I deal with uniting with my people to deal with the structures of oppression? So there's many who vacillate. But at the end of the day, he said there are those who also commit class suicide, because he said the natural tendency for the bourgeoisie, the petty bourgeoisie, is to become the bourgeoisie, to identify with the systems of oppression. He said there are those who commit class suicide. And when you look at those who gathered at Manchester, these are people who were intellectuals. They were the learned from almost all of their respective countries. They committed class suicide in order to achieve liberation for Africa. Now, in creating the Organization of African Unity, the question is, what would the vision of it be? It was also already referenced that they met in Addis Ababa. And of course, broadly speaking, it was this amorphous concept, but it's the concept of African unity. And African unity for ostensibly political and economic development. But there was a tension that developed that it may yet exist from the very beginning. There were those who were radical progressives, who had a more radical vision, who really were talking about the total unification of Africa right now. Kwame Nkrumah was among those who took that perspective, that we need a United States of Africa, so to speak. We use that term. There are others who had a different conceptual perspective. And so there was a tension between what came to be known as the Casablanca group and the Monrovia group. The Casablanca group consisted of people like Nkrumah, Ahmed Sékou Touré, Keita Mali, Juanimo Julius K. Nyerere, Ahmed Ben Bella from Algeria. These are folks who were pushing for the United States of Africa. In fact, Nyeri said, and others said, we will concede, we will forego our presidencies of our nation to create one nation. Nkrumah was envisioning the whole concept of a United States of Africa with a continental army and those concepts. Haile Selassie, however, had a different idea. Tubman from Liberia had a different idea. They were not in favor of creating immediately a United States of Africa. And more importantly, one of the key sticking points were when the Organization of African Unity was created, they insisted on a position of the non-interference of the affairs of a sovereign state. In other words, we will all be a confederation, but Nigeria cannot say anything about what's going on in Ghana. Ghana could not, you understand what I'm saying? You could not sort of quote unquote interfere. Now, that sounds good on the surface. But at one level, what that really meant was that there were no principles that guided what is the nature of what will national liberation look like, which is still a tension today. Because there were those like Cabral, Fayon, and others who, and Nkrumah, who were fighting not only for national liberation. National liberation is the first stage. It is to dispossess, to kick out the colonizer, first phase. Replace the European colonizers with a new leaders. Those were essentially be the new African leaders, right? National liberation. But Fayon and Nkrumah and Fayon went further. They said, but that is the first phase. The next phase is national reconstruction. That is to say, the total decolonization of the mind and the total decolonization of the colonial structures. Which is a different proposition. There also needed to be a question of the definition of what is the nature of democracy and what is the nature and commitment to fundamental human rights. The reason why that is important is because as the OAU evolved, it evolved in a way that really tolerated and in some ways you might even say aided and abetted what is now a plague on Africa, what I call the President for Life syndrome. And quite frankly, many self-aggrandizing, corrupt, human rights violating leaders. And I've been one of the few people who wanted to say that because one of the contradictions we face is the whole notion that if there are Black people doing it, then it's all okay. We did not really struggle in the liberation movement to replace one set of oppressors for another. That does not mean that the OAU has not done good. It has done good, and some of that is already been cited because they began to talk about regional cooperation, and that was already cited, some of the regional cooperation. And perhaps the most significant was a commitment for the total liberation of the rest of the continent, because gradually, you began with a certain number of nations, but you had to continue until the entire African continent was liberated. And so there was unity on this question of pooling resources and finding ways and means of liberating the African continent. Now in that regard, I just want to do a quick aside as I just move to a conclusion on a couple of points. Because we are now, this is African Liberation Day. And I have the honor of running for president was fine, but I am perhaps even more proud of the fact that I was one of the founders of African Liberation Day USA in 1972, right here in Washington, D.C. And that's interesting because one of the reasons we did it was because of the OAU's commitment to liberation. And I'll tell the story quickly because we were young Pan-Africanists, we were visionaries, we were revolutionaries, ready to take over the whole world instantly, and we knew everything. So 1971, I had the privilege of going to Africa for my very first time with a group of people who were advancing African liberation theology. Among them, Dr. James Cone, the godfather really of African liberation, Gaylord Wilmore, many other folks. We had an opportunity to go, and we were consultants with a brother named Owusu Sadoki at that time. And so a part of that visit was we not only went to Kenya, but we also happened to go, we went to Ethiopia, we went to Addis Ababa, and guess who we met with? The Secretary General of the OAU. And when we went into the room, we went in full of our vinegar, talking about all that we knew about Nkrumah and Pan-Africanism and all this kind of stuff. And the Secretary General leaned back and he said, we know a thing or two in this Pan-Africanism. I'm kind of curious about what does your Pan-Africanism really mean? So I note that when there's an issue related to Israel, we see people in the streets organizing. If it's around Palestine, we see people organizing. I have yet to see any of you in the streets doing anything. I'm paraphrasing. So we like, duh. I mean, we were shocked because he was saying that, you know, this paper stuff is everywhere. What are you going to do? So that was an interesting encounter with the OAU. And then secondarily, but equally important, as we went into Tanzania, where Mwalimu Julius K. Nyerere was helping to harbor, if you will, the liberation movements. Owusu Sadoki actually went into Mozambique and was on the front lines with Frelimo for a series of weeks and came back. And we made the decision that we would organize the first, based on those conversations, the first African Native Liberation Day here in 1972. But equally important, a part of what we did was under the leadership and guidance of the OAU, we were contributing resources to the liberation movements. And I can recall fondly, I think it was Ahmed Salim, who was the Secretary General of the OAU at that time. So that's one of the more successful aspects of the work of the organization African Unity. Now, as we look currently, as I conclude, we now have the AU, but the African Union also faces some of the same challenges. I remember the energetic Ambassador Aharone, who was was brought here and introduced and by Mel to us all, and we had a great meeting in New York, and we invited her there, and we wanted to talk about, because we have a formation called a Pan-African Unity Dialogue. We have a Stop Museveni campaign. And Ambassador Aharone said, you have to take that off the agenda. Now that wasn't her personal thing. The point is, the idea of the non-interference in the internal affairs of nations still prevails. So now you have a situation where the crisis in Sudan, they may call on Egypt to be one of the mediators, and yet Sisi, who is the president, General Sisi, is one of the most vicious, brutal presidents in Egypt. You understand the contradictions I'm talking about? So these are contradictions that we have to begin to resolve and talk about. How do you create a scenario? And then on the issue of mediation, the AU has been somewhat impotent. We would really prefer not to have Europeans or others involved in the internal affairs of Africa, period. But in order to do that, we must have a credible force within the AU to do that, which means that somehow this issue of the non-interference, you may have non-interference, but there must be some criteria by which you judge regimes. It is really painful to see someone like Museveni being the temporary chair of the African Union. I mean, the president for life and more life and now here for and evermore. I mean, come on. And of course, young people are rising up against that, and we were delighted to have the State of Black World Congress Bobby Wine be there, because he will perhaps be the next president of Uganda, and maybe that will be a whole new day in Uganda. Let me conclude by saying that the AU therefore faces these kinds of challenges, but there's also the question of the diaspora as a sixth region, which is a good idea. The question is, what does that really mean? We've been struggling with what does that really mean? There's for some people that simply means it is continental Africans who are now in quote outside of Africa. For others, including myself, it means much more than that. It's a more inclusive definition. And I'm sure that will be talked about this afternoon. And let me just say this conversation is incredibly important for that reason, because we need to be talking about what is the future of Pan-Africanism, and we need to be defining a progressive Pan-Africanism. That doesn't mean that we don't work with people who are not for progressive Pan-Africanism. Doesn't mean that there could not be a relationship between Nkrumah and Haile Selassie. They actually did work together. But we should have a vision of what Africa will look like in terms of its development to the future. And that means the discussion about governance and human rights as a basic part of that conversation. And in the context of the United States of America, since in fact, what we're talking about is the ability to create a righteous global Black power, and I use my words deliberately, righteous, non-exploitive, holistic, sustainable, all those terms is what we should be talking about. Then we have to discuss what the tensions are, because there are tensions. There are tensions that, and they reflect themselves in the reparations space, as some of you know this, because we now have people who have arisen up to say reparations can only be for quote unquote the so-called American descendants of slavery. They do not want reparations for the sons and daughters of Harry Belafonte or Shirley Chisholm, or because they are looking at this wound of the complicity of Africans in the enslavement process, which is a minor role frankly, as a major wound that has to be addressed. So we can't avoid these questions, we have to address them. Because at the end of the day, we need a united front. And one of the ways we do this, and Malfoot is a testimony to this, we have created an organization called the Pan-African Unity Dialogue. Dr. Julius Garvey, who I guess would have spoken today, is a part of that, a charter member of that. We meet every 4 months, we meet and we have conversations about how to address these questions. So my summary is that these conversations, particularly among you, some of whom will commit class suicide, are incredibly important, because Africa is destined to and ought to be at the forefront of creating a new paradigm of what the world should look like. That out of our oppression, out of our rejection, can come a new vision for a new world, rooted in our own experiences, our own way of life, which is at base a humanistic way of life, as Dr. Julius Garvey so eloquently and powerfully articulates. But in order to do that, we have to face the reality of what our ethnic and cultural differences may be, rise above them, because Pan-Africanism is an aspirational idea. It is not an automatic idea. Ethnicity and culture are stronger than skin color. We all know that. But the aspiration is that out of the negativity of our experiences of having been exploited comes a vision of how we can also work together out of the commonality of our worldview, which is across the African diaspora, across the African worldview, the African continent, create the kind of powerful force that will unite us, not only to rescue and create a better vision for ourselves, but in the spirit of Ma'at, the ancient Kemetic concept of righteousness and justice for the entirety of humankind. Thank you very kindly.
Thank you, Dr. Daniels. I think in just a couple of minutes, you managed to compress the history of the OAU and the AU, and given us some food for thought going forward, given on the current situation. I request our participants, both joining us physically and virtually, to keep your questions. We're going to have a session where you can interrogate some of the interventions there. And I think Dr. Daniels, as you might imagine, does not mind very tough questions, as well as compliments. So you can ask us tough questions as you may wish. But I think now we shall transition to Professor Ezrah Aharone, as I mentioned, founder and executive director of the Center for Global Africa at Delaware State University, and who is, I believe, live now.
Yes, can you hear me?
Welcome, Prof, and you can proceed. There's a question, sir?
Yes, I just wanted to say that, like the fellows, we have another event that we're going to at 9:45. So maybe it's better if we file out now, so we can, the professionals.
All right, and there's a request there, sorry, Prof, we shall let the colleagues, fellow students here, fellows from the training program, hopefully to file up now for another engagement before we proceed. I think you're gonna miss this session. Why don't you just stay?
They have, sorry, good morning, my name is the director for the Big Fellowship. I'm gonna ask them to come back here and lunch. They have lunch hour and the session will be going on. They can come back, but they are meeting with other paid fellows, including Miriam, in about another 15 minutes. So they didn't want to disrupt the sessions.
All right, certainly. Prof, Aharone, just prepare the minutes, then we shall proceed. I can see the fellows saying they really want to stay, but other demands. And so as we do that, I was going to request that you can, those of you on the side, come here. It's not only good for the cameras, it's also good for engagement. Yeah. And as soon as we are settled, let's hope we settle quickly so that we go right back to the discussion. All right, and so I think without further ado, I would welcome Professor Aharone to begin his presentation, his speech. Most welcome, Prof. Let's give him a round of applause. Begin. Welcome.
Thank you. And I hope everyone can hear me clearly. First, I want to thank Dr. Wekesa for the kind invitation inviting us here today. I also want to thank the organizers and the others who are involved with this event. The Center for African Studies, the African Center for the Study of the United States, the University of Wits in South Africa, and the Constituency for Africa. And let me make a correction. Dr. Wekesa, you said I was in South Africa. Not quite, unfortunately, I'm still here in Delaware. We're making that trip to South Africa on Saturday to attend an event recognizing this 60th anniversary as well. And that trip will also include Dr. Julius Garvey, who asked me to stand in today in his stead to give this address and make some remarks about the OAU and AU from the standpoint of the work we are doing in terms of the institutional connections that the Marcus Garvey Institute and the Center for Global Africa are making in regards to this larger question that Dr. Daniels just addressed about the African Union. How do we work with the African Union? What is this sixth region all about? How do we create material substance between Africa and the diaspora in ways that can show up on Africa's balance sheets, as well as change the conditions of Africans here in the diaspora, America, as well as throughout the world where we find African people who the African Union defines as the sixth region. So I want to thank Dr. Garvey as well for extending this opportunity for me to speak institutionally on some of these things that we're doing. First, I want to complement the historical overview and that context that Dr. Daniels just provided. So I won't rehash any of that OAU history, but simply build on what was already presented, because as much as the Organization of African Union dealt with, of Unity dealt with decolonization and the struggle for independence of African nations, the wider or expanded mandate of the African Union was to deal with, or is to deal with, these questions of governance and socioeconomic development, human rights, conflict resolution, and more importantly, conflict prevention. And so the work that we do at the Center for Global Africa, which is housed at Delaware State University, where I am the founding director, our focus is on governance, policy, and socioeconomic development. And one of the unique things about the Center for Global Africa, and this is our 5th year anniversary, one of the unique things about us is that we started the center with the idea that the diaspora or the 6th region has to be more centrally involved with African governance, policy, and socioeconomic development, even though we ourselves in the diaspora, at least in America, do not constitute a sovereign state. We do have a plethora of intellectual capital that I would argue is in many ways what you could define as intellectual sovereignty. And so this idea of how we think about the world and how we understand and define the diaspora and what that looks like in terms of the mandate and mission of the African Union, I would argue these are critically important connecting points. The AU picked up where the Organization of African Unity left off at. And it's important to note that freedom is a moving target. What freedom looked like in the 60s and what happened in the 60s during the revolutionary period in Africa and the civil rights, Black Power movement times in America, is much different today. Nations in the 60s didn't have to worry about cyberspace. Now today you have to. That's one example. In America, we look at emancipation during the 1860s as an important period of time when Africans became free. But the question becomes, were Africans really free in the 1860s? Was Harriet Tubman really free? Moving forward in the 1960s, when freedom was looked at in terms of the means by which Africans in America could integrate into larger society, became an important demarcation. Where you sit on a bus was looked at as a measure of this concept of freedom at that time. But I would argue that today, where you sit on a bus is relatively cosmetic, because the larger question becomes, where does the tires come from? What about the oil and the gas? What about the metals? So not only who owns the bus company, but who makes the bus? These are things that are important today when we look at freedom being a moving target. So how does that translate into relationships, particularly institutionally, the way this concept of the 6th region should interact with Africa and the African Union? So one of the things that we did at the Center for Global Africa is we approached the African Union, understanding that there are various agencies within the AU. One of the most important of those agencies, as I would argue, is the African Peer Review Mechanism, which is the branch of the African Union that evaluates governance and socioeconomic performance of nations. And that's done through review reports by African experts who go in and actually look at best practices, the good things, the bad things, the things that should be replicated, the things that should be identified as being exemplary of governance, the things that are working. COVID-19 gave an excellent opportunity to look at health governance in Africa. So all of these areas that make a nation what it should be in terms of a fully functional, sovereign, developed nation, these are things that APRM examines in these review reports. And so we looked at, well, how can we as the diaspora, particularly through our historically Black colleges and universities, provide intellectual capital to enhance or work alongside the exactness, to improve the exactness of those reports. I think I'm getting some feedback. Right? How do we work with? How do we work with APRM?
There are a couple you talked to.
Okay, I think I was muted. Am I okay now? Can you hear me? Okay, I think you can hear me. So the question became, how can we work with this extraordinary revolutionary institution of the African Union to harness the expertise of our professors, the specialties of our HBCUs to add capacity to what those reports represent, to create structural designs in this 21st century so that this idea of the sixth region could gain more traction. Because I would argue that as great as our organizations are, as great as our institutions are, as strong as our relationships are with Africa as the diaspora, the structural designs to make real development possible is a focus area that really needs to be examined. The opportunities in Africa, whether it's through the AFCFTA, and I think one of my colleagues will speak about that today in AGOA, about these economic opportunities, you know, that exist. And of course, those things need massaging in Africa, as Dr. Wekesa spoke earlier about the RECs, or the regional economic communities of states and what they do, how all of these things, whether it's ECOWAS or SADC, how trade and development takes place in those regions. Because if you look at what happened with independence, sure, Africa received political independence, but the way the nations were left without the strong civil society underpinnings and universities producing the intellectual capital of people who could perform governance at the highest levels, those were missing elements within independence. And Africa is now still catching up to fill that void of intellectual capital. Whereas we, on the other hand, comparatively so with HBCUs, our history dates back to the 19th century, when the first and early HBCUs were first gaining there's substantial footings to produce the intelligentsia that we have today. So I would argue that when we're talking about African development as a diaspora, particularly here with Africans in the US, the HBCU capital in terms of what we do intellectually, the specialties that we can contribute to Africa, is a vastly overlooked and underutilized asset. And I would say shame on us for not seeing ourselves as being central in this shared way of working with Africa that really needs to be further harnessed. And I know they're at Howard doing great things, and other HBCUs, linking the intellectual alma mater of both Nnamdi Azikiwe of Nigeria and Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana. They hold that pedigree. So, you know, the question becomes, you know, working together in these integrated ways so that this shared development, you know, can take place in meaningful ways. So the Center for Global Africa and our outreach to Africa encompasses looking at working with HBCUs in this structural way, just like the African Union is an entity of otherwise sovereign independent nations that come together to work collectively for these shared benefits. HBCUs, the 100 plus of us, should see ourselves in that very same way. Because individually, can we do things in Africa? Sure, Howard is doing great things in Africa. As I said, Center for Global Africa, we're doing things, but together, collectively, to approach organs of the African Union for specific purposes of economic transformation as outlined in Agenda 2063, I would argue is an important element of maturity and growth in terms of the way we operationalize who we are as the sixth region. And of course, you know, people would argue, and, you know, the new diaspora, old diaspora, the sixth region, and sure, those things exist. But I think conversations like these are critically important because they begin to present a platform to address these critical areas or these questions that are built into these areas that naturally divide Africa from the diaspora. You know, slavery and colonialism, when you look at them, they were really a singular force that played out in dual dimensions, but they were bookend institutions. One exists because of the other, and one was able to be created because the former set the groundwork for it. So we became diaspora by virtue of that division in Africa that now somehow people look at it as though slavery was one thing, colonialism was another, and all the differences that you can concoct, you know, to separate Africa from the diaspora as well as African nations. But if you look at this from a critical dissecting way, at the source of those divisions are the very same groups, nations, and institutions that profit from that division to this very day. And so the sixth region must be critically defined in a way that's functional, that doesn't have these views from externalities that make these differences pronounced. And so Agenda 2063, I would argue, is a focal point when we talk about how do we work with Africa. We have to work with Africa as Africa exists. People will talk about the African Union and what it does, what it doesn't do. It's a paper tiger, no enforcement. And I would argue that because of the way intellectual capital is evolving and because freedom is a moving target, that we'll see a shift in Africa. When I first arrived in Africa during the early 80s, I lived in Liberia during the Samuel Doe days. That was my orientation to Africa. Africa today is a much different Africa, even though elements of the very same things that cause Africa to be as such, where Liberia would export rubber, making it a major industrial place for rubber exports, whereas at the same time you couldn't buy a new tire in Monrovia. So those elements that created these complexities that we still need to resolve, you know, they exist in Africa, but we have to work with Africa as it is to support people-related, people-generated progress. You know, just like we see in America, you know, governance can be one thing, but the people are another. And we saw that with the last administration. So, you know, how do we advance what's important to the people? So I look forward, as I'm concluding, to expanding this conversation and working more closely with institutions that are present, and particularly with HBCUs and Howard, who is the host of this, to harness collectively as HBCU institutions, you know, this great intellectual capital of the diaspora here in America, who we oftentimes look at ourselves as a minority. But globally, if you look at the fact that Africans here in America represent nearly a 50 million people population, that 50 million people, if you looked at it in terms of an African nation, we would be the 8th largest nation in Africa. And if you looked at it further globally, that 50 million of us who comprise this diaspora population in America, we would be the 30th largest nation in the world.
Sorry to interrupt.
So who told us that we were a minority? We are a majority if we look at ourselves in this new 6-region design diasporic way. And so with Dr. Garvey, as well with the Marcus Garvey Institute, as I mentioned, we're headed to South Africa on Saturday to further extend this conversation and incorporate Garveyism, this philosophy of Pan-Africanism that should be intrinsically connected to the 6th region, to give that a renewed sense of 21st century operationalized way to bring us together. And so I look forward to working with you all, as I said, expanding this conversation and governance, policy, socioeconomic development being focal areas to bring us together as a functional diaspora. So I thank you for your time, and I look forward to engagements.
Thank you, Professor Aharone, and I believe you've given us quite a bit to chew on, think about going forward. At this point in time, I will invite our participants to pose questions, comments, interventions on the basis of the 2 presentations we will undertake a 10 or so minute interactive session and then transition to the next session. Mindful of the fact that we are running up behind the time, the schedule, as it were. So any the comments should be brief, questions should be sharp and to the point. Anybody? I do have my own questions, but I'm not going to start with myself. Anybody, those who are joining us virtually, you can post your questions and we shall break them out. The floor is open. Seeing as there's no question coming up instantly, let me just pose this question to Dr. Daniels. You touched on the issue of governance, leadership, democracy. But according to many of the surveys that we have, only South Africa and a few other countries like Seychelles, for example, will be considered consolidated democracies. So if we are to engage with the African movement on the basis of democratic principles, we basically will not have many leaders to engage with. How do we resolve that? Yet our entry is into the continent will have to be with the leaders. Perhaps in civil society, yes, but leaders become very important. To Daniel, and I think let me also pose this question to Professor Aharone. You touched quite a bit on the sixth region, diasporas, the sixth regions, and I'm just wondering what your thoughts are around making it a reality, because many will critique that whole notion of diaspora as a sixth region, which has been around with us for 10 years now, as not having gone beyond the promulgation, the pronouncement. What are some of the tangible ideas that can help us realize that? Very briefly. And any other questions from the floor? Or from the virtual floor, as it were? I think there's one there.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you. My question is to Sir Daniel. We've discussed about African Union's different aspects of the history when it was established. How do you think? Also, you mentioned there's a piece of sustainability could be out that is the future forward. So, and we all know that the African Union is a big institution, a very strong institution among many other around the world. How do you think between the instrumental to African Union supported, or are you thinking that much of having as an independent diaspora regional international, some sort of body that would push forward with this approach? Thank you.
Okay, I think there's a colleague there. You can actually introduce yourself very briefly, and then we'll take those two and invite the speakers to respond.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Daniel Tauma. I'm from Uganda originally. I'm based here in Maryland. And my question is, looking at the bigger picture, when we look at the relationship between the United States and the African diaspora, following up on the recent summit we had in December, where we see the United States is shifting gears to look at this relationship from an economic perspective, where they are willing to invite leaders. You talked about that the African Union embraces the contradictions, and we see the contradictions as well in the United States, where they have values of democracy, governance, but at the same time, we see them inviting the same authoritarian regimes to shake hands with President Biden and other leaders here in the United States. So how can advocates for change who want a better Africa be able to counter that geopolitical reality? Because the United States right now is focusing more on countering China's role in African influence. So how can that be countered to make sure that this message is heard, the message of change, the message of liberation, to make sure that Africa and the dreams of the African Union are realized in that environment where the geopolitical factors are playing? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think at this point in time, we'll go back to the speakers, and I'll request Professor Aharone to start us off because it's made a request that he has to leave in a few minutes, and that will then come back to the room to have Dr. Daniels also point out. But I think there's a burning question here. I can see it in your face actually. So, Mike, this quick question. Let's make it brief in view of those time constraints. Introduction, then.
Hi, my name is Dorothy Davis. I'm president of Dorothy and Davis Consulting and have a very long history of Africa. I've been born in Liberia. My question is to the professor. What does intellectual sovereignty really mean, given all the different cultures that represent or compose of Africa and its diaspora? I think that's kind of a dangerous label. And I would just like more clarity on what he's saying.
Thank you very much. Over to Professor Aharone right away.
Okay, thank you for that. First, with the sixth region, it's upon us to make the realities of the sixth region what they are. There's no textbook for it. You know, we find ourselves in a predicament where the body politic of who Africans in America are sees the idea of self through different lenses, and you can't dictate identity to people. You know, people are going to accept or believe or come to terms with an identity based on their experience, based on orientations. So even though we may be near 50 million in terms of a population, you know, the critical mass of people who I would argue think like us, you know, it's, you know, that 50 million is scaled down, but still the collective of the people I think is relevant. So we have to make the sixth region real. When we engineered the partnership with the African Union, these were questions that we had to address. And what we did was to talk about the 21st century potential of this sixth region and harnessing institutional ways and means to apply that intellectual capital. One of the things that just recently happened, I think that will address two of the issues that were raised, the sixth region, and my sister just talked about intellectual sovereignty. The recent spate of coups that took place in Africa over the last 2.5 years prompted the African peer review mechanism to launch reviews in 6 countries on unconstitutional changes of government. What are the drivers of these things? You know, what historically, contemporarily, economically, socially, you know, are things that need to be better understood? What recommendations can be made? And so the sixth region, I'd always argue, could have or should have a voice in this area. And so what happened was in Sierra Leone, we were invited to participate in that review. And so as a diasporan or person from the sixth region, I was included on that examination team, which the report will be made public, I believe, shortly within the next few weeks. This happened in October of 2022. So that's a step forward in terms of the recognition of sixth region experts in terms of the intellectual capacity building things that we can contribute to the advancement of sovereign nations. You know, in terms of the brother's question with the conflicting ways in which African governments have behaved in those contradictions, and not to dismiss it, but governance is dirty business. I don't care where it is. Did racism in this country, I would argue, is a form of corruption that has produced revenues for certain groups far more than any form of corruption in Africa by an African leader has produced. But we don't look at it that way. We look at racism as some sort of norm that has to be worked on that everybody will overcome at some point in time. It's corruption. It's poor governance. And if we don't see it that way through this sovereign lens, a sovereign context, then we'll look at it as, an issue that somehow, some way, democracy has designs that's going to address it. And somehow every other struggle that people have in America is related to racism that Black people have undergone. And so you have to look at things in this collective way. I would say the corruption of racism is uniquely distinct and singularly requires addressment. Because if we don't, then we get this distorted version that somehow what happens in Africa is a terrible form of corruption, but democracy in America is somehow not practicing corruption in the same way. But I would argue it's far in terms of what it produces in terms of generating profits for other groups is exponentially secondary to none.
Thank you, Professor Aharone. I think we'll now turn over to Dr. Daniels, and being democratic, we invite you to speak from where you are or use the podium as
I'll speak from here. Can you hear me? Okay. And let me just be as expeditious as I can. First of all, I'd like to thank Professor Aharone for enlightening me, at least on some aspects of the current integration of the AU, particularly in terms of the peer review structure that he related, because I was not really frankly aware of that. Having said that, that is a good handle for the kind of relentless insistence on good governance and human rights that I think is important, to the point that the AU should be able to decertify or to say that certain governments simply are not in accord to certain principles. And let me be very emphatic about this. And we can debate this. I'm not down with thievery is okay as long as it's our thievery. Thievery is wrong. Corruption is wrong, period. And we as Africans need to set a standard of saying we aspire to good governance and human rights. And we know what it looks like. And it does not look like Museveni chopping up people in Uganda or other places. No, it's wrong. The fact that the United States engages in something, we criticize that as well. That is the standard. We as African people who aspire to be at the forefront of human civilization as we once were and should be, cannot concede for this, but when they do it, and they do it and it's worse, so therefore we can do it and we should not. No, we have to condemn it. And what's happening on the African continent today, in terms of the difficulty, is the fundamental contradiction remains US imperialism. It remains racialized capitalist. There's no question about that. But as Dr. Betty Shabazz, the wife of and partner of Malcolm X once said, we know that there is corruption, but we do not have to cooperate with it. And what I mean by that is, and Gabral said, look, we must also learn to struggle against our own weaknesses and be willing to criticize our own weaknesses, not as because we want to tear ourselves down, because we want to strengthen ourselves. So the phenomenon of neocolonialism, which is, it was not just the university and so forth, we got left-wing structures in which the colonial powers were happy. They don't care about flag independence as long as they can continue to control the economies. But if we in turn are willing to cooperate with that, as we are in too many instances, with leaders who are more interested in pocketing for themselves billions and billions of dollars, and it pales in comparison to the international fair. But in relative terms, that's hurting the economies of these various countries. But worse than that, Africa is the richest continent on the face of the earth, and we are giving away our resources. And that has to be stopped. So yeah, we can do, and we should do, as Professor Ezrah talked about. You can do business or relationships people to people. But at a certain point, you bump up against the reality of a regime that is very much involved in governance. You cannot avoid that. And so what my prescription is, yes, while we're doing these people-to-people movements, one of the most important people-to-people movements we can build are movements for change. And I applaud young Africans who are rising up saying, we are not going to let Africa's resources be squandered anymore. I was so impressed with Bobby Wine when he spoke at the State of the Black World Congress, because he's not just an artist, he's not just an entertainer. I'm not saying I'm disparaging artists and entertainers. Here is someone who understands in the spirit of Robeson that my art, my skill that I've learned, I must use that as a tool to educate myself and learn so I can essentially exercise a politics not only of national liberation, but national reconstruction, so that the nation I live in will begin to mirror the values that all African nations should aspire to in terms of really harnessing our resources for the good of the people. That is the fundamental piece. And so I am just not willing to concede on that, and will raise my voice relentlessly on this question of looking at our internal contradictions, recognizing that we have still a principal contradiction. But that principal contradiction will never overcome unless we also address the internal contradictions that we face. So build movements, and we should be connecting our young people here and our forces here, working together to build movements, change these regimes, to get rid of presidents for life. You know, I mean, and I agree. And one of the things that PJ Patterson spoke about at the State of the Black World Conference does not mean that you're talking about winner take all systems like the United States. We can create our own sense of what democracy looks like. But once we establish it, we must live by it. Let's live by it.
Thank you very much, Dr. Daniels. A round of applause for. I think.
Dr. Wekesa, can I say one thing?
Sure, proceed.
Very briefly, this is where, in conjunction to everything that Dr. Daniels just said, this is where I think a common definition of what this concept of sovereignty is all about, and agreeing to common practices of what that should look like is critically important to African development, so that the constitutionality of how we see governance is always complied with, and that, you know, the things that we see in the world that, you know, are central to what makes bad governance possible, that, you know, that common definition of sovereignty, and I think it relates to what Nkrumah was talking about in terms of Africa must unite, are all central to what that common definition should look like. So that would be my kind of takeaway, you know, to make sure that we have that and those practices are put in place and enforced.
No, thanks, Prof. I think that will inspire further intervention, but we've agreed it's 10 steps.
Yeah, no, the only thing I also want to say is the problem with in terms of the sixth region. And I hope Dr. Garvey one day will come forward with it. We need a plan for the sixth region. See, what we have in the sixth region is the phenomenon of what I call the pop-up Negro. It's like people aspiring for elected office. Everybody wants to pop up and be the whatever. And in the meantime, we get nothing done because every organization wants to see itself as the sixth region. It cannot be that. It has to be an inclusive process that includes civil rights, faith leaders, Pan-Africanists, all kinds of people. And then what does it look like in terms of a structure? Is it a parliament? Is it like a parliament? Is it represent? You see what I'm saying? We have to organize. So far, we failed to do that. Though Ambassador Aharone had a plan that I thought looked workable, and Dr. Julius Garvey has a plan. That's what I want to see on the table, because we can't as IBW say, oh, we're the sixth region, and y'all come to us. And then what happens is the African Union tends to play into that by giving some recognition to individual tentacles. It has to stop that. We have to come together in this region and come to a consensus about what it is that sixth region should look like.
Thank you. Joe, you wanted to make a point, quick one, then I was literally going to stop here so that we move, but very, very quickly.
Okay, thank you. Joe Davidson, I'm a columnist with the Washington Post, but I'm here in my capacity as a lover of Africa. You know, Ron Daniels and I'm sorry, Ron Daniels and Mel Foote have been in this business for a long time, but I'd like to get their thoughts on the state of African American involvement in Africa. Oh, I guess I'm not on. In any case, and I ask that in the context of, you know, we no longer have AfriCare, we no longer have Trans Africa. We don't seem to have the you know, the demonstrations at Malcolm X Park once a year where a lot of grassroots folks were involved. And so I'm just wondering, from your point of view, as folks who've been in this struggle for generations, what is the current state of African American involvement in Africa, and is it I guess better or worse than it used to be, or is it more active or less active than it used to be?
Thanks, Joe, and for that very important point. This will actually be one of the areas of intervention by our keynote speaker.
Yes.
When we reached out to him, we actually specifically said, talk about the initiatives past, how are they now, and what does the future look like? So, but I suppose Dr. Daniels, Professor Aharone can also intervene in this as we go forward with the discussion. But for now, we want to now turn over to a more practical, lived experience session. And I would therefore invite Mr. Dio Kaunde over to the front. And we'll also be joined by Dr. Wilmot Allen, founder of Evangelic Africa. I think colleagues are helping with logistics. For the virtual end of things, we can have Dr. Wilmot Allen okay, I think Mr. Kaunde is already taking the podium. So you can actually start us off. You have been proactive, so launch straight into it. And then after that, we'll have Dr. Wilmot Allen coming in.
I apologize for that. Wilmot, can you hear me?
Well, we have to. Well, let's see.
As I mentioned earlier, there's height here, so.
Good job.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Hi. My name is Deogracias Miti Kaunde, originally from Uganda. But right now I live in Maryland. And to me, that's just a small step from where my ancestors are at. So thank you, Howard University, for hosting us, and Professor Wekesa, and all the members on the panel, and here, and those in the virtual audience. The issue here, now recently, distinct colleagues who have been speaking here before, and I want to talk about the lived experience. As a member of the diaspora, 20 years ago, given my experience, this is what I've come to find out, I believe, that there are not many divergences. We have a lot in common as people, those who came here 400 years ago, and those who just came 2 years ago. As the African people, there are a few things that really actually unite us, all of us share. They believe in family, they believe in that universal power, the Almighty. They believe in the future, as well as freedom. And we also believe in fanfare.
People call them ceremonies and traditions. I call them fanfare for factors I'll elaborate later. When you talk about things like the future, many of us, our names actually mean a lot and mean a lot of things. So we carry our ancestors wherever we go, even by virtue of our names alone. But our nemesis, our enemy, chooses to define us. They have done that for 500 years now, at the continent and right here. When you talk of reparations from effects of slavery, they don't want to discuss anything about colonial rule. How about reparations for colonial rule? And they keep defining us diaspora, the new diaspora, the old diaspora. We are all diaspora, but they choose to define and divide us, and sometimes we do play along. To me, if you're in Haiti, if you're in Jamaica, if you are in DR Congo, Brazil, the banlieue of France, the ghettos of Brussels, if you went there 200 years ago, we are one unit. So we could focus on that. The dislocation should not distract us from the fact that we are one people, suffering from the same common enemy. So as much as we think little differences here and there, I call them just points of diversity. We do not have to be the same. But where I come from, Uganda, we don't even have family names. We don't share names of our fathers. Everybody has an individual name, as we say, family, faith, future, and freedom. They give that name to symbolize something. It takes you somewhere or connects you to the past. But in many cases, you see them defining us, and they want you to have a family name. And they say, what's your son's name? I'm like, it's called Damba. Not Kaude? No, it's Damba, his own man. So those kind of things matter. They shouldn't be points of destruction or cause us to conflict, but we could use them to unite ourselves. We shouldn't let the foreigners, the strangers, actually define us. When you talk of minerals and those who are plundering them in Africa for their own reasons and their own profits, it's the same as you talked about politicians in this country who stand up to run for office. That's what they do, run for office. They don't change the neighborhoods at all. Those would be sharing the same blame as the people who are exploiting our minerals back in Africa. Therefore, what can we do? From our stories, we gotta have our stories straight. We define ourselves, and then probably that's when we can move forward, liberate ourselves. And to me, there are many people in this audience here I've talked to before about this kind of ideas. As an organizer of the African diaspora in Maryland, I've come in contact with people, leaders who are very important in this cause. The Honorable Mayor, we talked a couple of months ago, and he shared with us about the impact of Africa and Trans-Africa's Jordans, I said already here, right? Those groups that were organized in the 80s, the impact was enormous. As a young man in Africa in high school, I could see the demonstrations in this town. But right now, when you're fighting details like Museveni of Uganda, we don't have that cohesion or the unity of the groups from what they call the old diaspora and in diaspora. And probably the best thing come out of this conference should be, how can we, as the groups they define as different, organize together? Instead of working in silos, we could go to the incubator model and say, what are the benchmarks we need to focus on? What are the goals we have to focus on? Then we can organize around those goals. For example, if the academia world can combine with the business world, and we can have very specific solutions. I've asked Dr. Wekesa before that. I'm from the streets. I organize African diaspora in Maryland for election purposes, civic engagement. What are the core principles we should be propagating? If there would be like a founding fathers and mothers document for the African diaspora right now, what are the 5 things you should ask for our leaders on the county, state, and federal level every single year? What should we ask from our faith leaders? What I think can actually implement every year? We have meetings and conferences. We have groups of different leaders every single time. I did this, I did that. What are the asks from our youth? What should we ask our youth to do right now? How can we exploit the youth living in Africa? A big population growing up right now in Africa. And the youth who are born here, for example, in diaspora, my own children, they have this technology dividend. how can we manage those points and say, you know what, we have the numbers back home in Africa, we have the kids who have technology here, those skills here in America. How can we use that dividend, the youth dividend, economic dividend, to actually impact on things which are practical in the diaspora and back home in Africa? Therefore, I believe our destiny is in our hands. Japan was able to recover from the ravages of the World War in 15 years. Germany was given a Marshall Plan. Can we design our own Marshall Plan and stick to it? These ideas will bring in our leaders from Africa. 54 leaders, they fly them over to DC, they pass them around the city for a few days and they go back home. Without involving the African diaspora, it just doesn't make sense to me. We are the experts on Africa. You organize 54 leaders, and of them tell us, they come over here, we live here, we are experts in technology, science, industry, business. None of us is involved. And then you want to fix, you want to say you want to fix Africa? You want to fix Africa, use us. Japan got aid after the World War. Germany got aid. Ukraine got aid 1 week into the fight. DR Congo, 30 years now. No plan. And the populations we have in Africa are much bigger than Ukraine. So we can't shy off from these things. The nemesis, our enemy is clear and united. They should not define us. We can make our own Marshall Plan. And finally, I would like to say that just as the civic leaders organized in the 60s here in the US, we saw the people organizing in Africa. These were young people, Kwame Nkrumah, Benny Kiwanuka of Uganda, and Julius Nyerere of Tanzania, and the others. We are young people, 20-year-old, 30-year-old. The point here is that our youth here should be energized by us who know better. We have seen the good stuff from leaders with civil rights and in African independence fights. How can we get them off TikTok? How can we get them off just to go into social media for fun stuff and use that energy and connectivity actually impact Africa? That's our challenge. Academia, business world, even the political culture industry should be focusing on that. They set up the agenda to make specific asks every single year. When we meet here again next year in Howard University, I hope we can actually go to Congress with a couple of bills, for example, reparations for colonial rule in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kawunde. And as you're speaking, I was reflecting on welcome on the city. I was reflecting on the fact that in December, what we had was Africa-US Leaders Summit, and underlined the word leaders. Leaders understood as presidents, and even government leaders at community level. So those are interesting dimensions. I hope when we get to to our keynote speakers presentation, we'll also touch a bit on the entity that was established. I'm not sure where it is now, called the President's Advisory Council for African Diaspora Engagement. I think it was pronounced by President Biden himself. But I think for now, we want to transition quickly to a colleague now based in Nairobi, traveling the continent, but from right here. And this is Dr. Wilmot Allen, founder of Evangelist Africa, speaking from the continent, virtually. The virtual floor is yours. I hope Dr. Wilmot is available.
I have requested him, he is not responding.
Okay. I hope Dr. Wilmot, you can hear us. If we have a difficulty out of these technologies, we do not have a shortage of colleagues in the room and those joining us virtually to intervene and to post questions and on comments to add their own perspectives. And so colleagues handling logistics, is he responding?
He is not responding.
He's not responding. So as mentioned, I think we can open this discussion to the the floor to discussion from colleagues, participants, and most welcome those who are joining us right now. if there's anybody who wants to intervene, to make a comment, to make additions to what Mr. Kaunde has presented, you're most welcome to do so. Any questions, any comments? I'll start by posing this question to Mr. Kaunde. I think you did mention the approach, the incubator approach to invigorating and enhancing our diaspora engagements. You talked of the linkages between academia and business. If you can just perhaps expand on that, and I'm coming from the point of view that business, writ large, might have different objectives and goals, profit making, for example. From academia, where, for example, we focus on research, intellectual engagement that might not be geared to immediate business profit-oriented interests. Thank you. And anybody else with a comment or a question, you can reflect on that as a response, then we'll come back to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Wekesa. To me, I believe all the different industries are important. As you mentioned, that academia may have approaches or ideas which may be long-term. But if you put ideas to businessmen, they will gonna find a way of making it, something, get results quicker than you would think. Because if it involves profit, you just have to make sure they have some responsibility to make sure it's sustainable within the community. But they will find a way of making the profit and that's making it faster, practical implementation. When you talk of incubator, what I'm thinking of that if you have the elders who are mentoring these young people, we're going to be able to build a body of experts in a very short period of time. They do not have to repeat the mistakes which the elders will have committed before. But if you let them on their own, they can commit mistakes, and that will take longer for us to realize our revolution, how it can be effective. Why do I focus on the issue of experts? I don't know if you have seen many examples. Something happens in DR Congo, and the reporter is reporting from Johannesburg, South Africa. When the fire breaks out in California, every reporter goes to California where the fires are happening. You never see a report of somebody reporting about a fire in California and then in Syracuse, New York. But because they have someone expert about Africa who happens to be in Johannesburg, and something happens in Senegal, he's gonna go on camera to talk about the issue, which is 1,000 miles away. If we do not develop those kind of incubators in the diaspora, even our own youth will not have the capacity to become experts on such ideas. So if somebody can discuss issues about Africa from that distance, why can't we empower our youth here in the diaspora, for example, to become experts by using people who are in the diaspora who have experience? They don't have to travel there anymore, but they can get those skills right here using technology and under the incubator kind of model.
Thank you. I think I will come to Dr. Tubi. Dr. Tubi Muncharo is very soon earning his PhD from this eminent institution. Right.
Now we're reporting.
Oh, already. Thank you very much. And also thank you for all your efforts. As Dr. Bob just said, I'm Abdel Moucharou. I am a PhD student in African Studies at Aharone University. And, I've been in this country for almost 13 years. And, I grew up in Africa. But when we speak about the diaspora, sometimes I struggle with my own people because we try to implement programs that are going to make us stronger together, but most of the time, it's just like we're competing for some sort of, visibility. And when we go back to the continent, sometimes also, people actually think of us as, those who traveled, who went outside, and they believe they are just because they came outside. But my question is, what makes like someone from the African diaspora an expert? And I was also talking with some officials in governments in Africa. And the question was about how come you come here and then you don't involve, your diaspora and stuff. And they just have the feeling that not being in the countries or not being there makes us forget about like the realities and the cultural identities and stuff. So that's why at Harvard University, I started to learn more about the mechanism that are inside our territories. When I'm talking about like the indigenous ways of developing ourselves, right? And now we are here in the US. It's true that we have the technology. It's true that we have knowledge. How can we make sure that the people that we call the experts here in our African diaspora actually also do their homework at learning about the realities, the identities, and the tools that the locals have, so that we can actually strengthen or maybe give them the support that they need based on what they are going to actually present us. Just for us to avoid making the same mistake that we have in development all the time, when World Bank, the IMF, and all those people, they stay here in TC, they just collect a lot of data and then they go there, they present programs that are not working, even though we are, it's almost 7 years of development in Africa is still not in behind. So that was my concern, as someone being here, as someone going back to the continent, and that, I don't know how I can say that, but I believe you understand me very much.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Abdel. That's a very, very good remark and observation. What I can add on is that we all have that experience. When I used to go back home, I would be the American. When I'm here, I have an accent. So wherever you are, they are trying to define you. As I said from the beginning, somebody is trying to define us and we're falling into that trap. But I believe the key thing is for us, those groups will interact. If we have the people who grew up on the African continent, with those who've been here for 400 years, if the more we interact, as I say, if we have events that can join us, like today, and we have that conversation, we're going to understand better each other. To me, when I heard about issues like now they talk of PTSD, and I was like, as a child who grew up in the war zone of Uganda, 6 years of after Idi Amin's fall, and the fight in the 80s, and the kids who live with the same trauma here in this country, right? Same skin color. I think we understand each other very well. What we need are the opportunities for these different groups to mix and meet and understand each other. Then we can stop calling each other stranger. When you go back home, you are a different person. When you come here, they want to say you're not part of this. So the only way I think we can actually have that conversation between for the different groups, without these kind of interactions, they don't have to be annual. We could then actually have them deliberated held in the communities, smaller areas, libraries, or even primary school, elementary schools here in this country. So the more we interact, I believe, the more we can actually understand each other and focus on the goals as a group. Issues like the leaders come here and they say they don't want to engage the diaspora. It's understandable. They're protecting their pockets. But the ideas that we are espousing are universal. I don't have to live in Africa to know what's going on in Africa. Democracy, good governance. We don't have to choose between development and good governance. But for some reason, our enemy thinks that we have to choose. Or you want stability, go in the Egypt way. Be brutal and you'll be fine. So I believe if we interact and work this relationship between ourselves, we can actually force the enemy to understand that, you know what, these people refuse to choose. We don't have to choose between good governance and development. We can have the same goals achieved without dividing each other and also without losing out on the other.
Thank you. The counter, please call invite Dr. Daniel's person. Thank you. Mike.
I'm going to be very brief. because I was intentional in my presentation in addressing the question that we're talking about in terms of the diaspora. And because we have to, in fact, it was Professor Ronald Walters from this university who wrote a book and an eminent scholar on Pan-Africanism. And he raised the question of, can we practice Pan-Africanism wherever we are, right? So what we are facing in this country now is this extraordinarily rich African community that has like thousands and thousands of immigrants, new immigrants who come. But because we're in the same space does not mean we're interacting with each other. That's a part of what you're raising. So we have in New York, for over a decade, been working on a structure called the Pan-African Unity Dialogue. It meets for these very purposes. We have Indo-Africans, Caribbean Americans, Afro-Latinos, quote unquote, African Americans who meet 4 times a year. It's had a meeting, in fact, some of the people here who just joined. When we came out of our conference in Baltimore, we said we want to extend that model. So without going into the details of it, I'm going to ask Professor Rita, when you connect with me, I am going to send the mission goal, I'm going to send that so it can be circulated. And we in the Institute of the Black World 21st Century are willing on a limited basis. We're looking at DC and Baltimore as we want to begin to extend that model, because we do have to have a way of having structured conversations. Now they could do we can have high school and all that too, but we need a mechanism where African Americans, Afro-Latinos, Caribbean Americans are sitting down with each other to address these questions on a regular basis. And we want to help in that regard.
Thank you very much. I think we will now want to transition in the interest of saving time, not for the shortage of perspectives and ideas that we can discuss on this. And so I'll call upon all of us to appreciate Mr. Kaonde. I think the conversation on what someone has referred to as distant cousins, or very close cousins, for that matter, continues. I suppose that there's a lot to reflect on in terms of what someone has called continental Africans and African Americans, and many other terms to that effect. Mr. Kaunda has really helped us to understand this from a community interaction level, the area of meeting or not meeting for that matter, the convergences and divergences. And as I mentioned, today's event is not just a talk show. We want to produce knowledge on this and that. And of course, Dr. Daniel has mentioned the continuous models and engagement that we can undertake. I want now to transition and rather than shift the program, we'll shift the program a bit so that instead of going to our keynote speech, which is to be delivered by Mr. Melvin Foot, we'll go to the international relations panel or center. I therefore want to invite Mr. Bobby King over here. Mr. Bobby King III is a member of the International Association of the Black Professionals in International Affairs, DPIA. And I suppose we'll be able to get Professor Gilbert Kajagala online.
He is not online at this moment.
He's not online.
No.
Okay, I think in any case, you're most welcome. You can make your presentations. If Professor Gilbert Kajagala from South Africa joins us, we'll afford him an opportunity to speak later. And immediately after that, I will seek your indulgence that we move then after this straight into the keynote address by Mr. Melvin Foot from Constituency for Africa, one of the organizers of this event. So welcome, Mr. King.
Thank you very much for your gracious presentation. Thank you all for showing up today. And you will hear me okay? Perfect. So with regards to the diaspora support with active policy, we're all aware of the, I do want to continue on with previous presentations that stated by Melvin. Work the system for Africa and some of the democracy that has recently had this year and previously prior to with regards to that, we have seen a lot more. With regards to that, we have seen a lot more engagement from the US government on the political lens. However, from what I've noticed, many African societies want a focus on Africa primarily, as opposed to a discussion of Africa and in competition of China. Given that that has been an area of focus and concern for many policymakers at the moment. With regards to that, I do want to know 3 specific areas of information: African, the African diaspora, and US foreign policy can converge with regards to Africa. With regard, the first point being the African countries facilitating a return to the diaspora, to the Africans. As many of you know, the Ghanaian year of return recently advanced the idea of Africans coming to the continent, with many African Americans setting up shop, working and building businesses within the country of Ghana. Additionally, this has been not only seen as an economic venture, but as a way to connect with heritage that has been lost. Many of, in fact, when Vice President Kamala Harris, our university alumni, came over here, going over to Ghana, she first stopped by the area of no return, and which signified the voyage many Africans made to the world against their will. Now, the point of bringing in African countries and facilitating this return has been to help reconnect many with a heritage that has been lost. Additionally, it has also helped connect and give a different view from the African content that may not be seen on the media as we have previously known. The second point with regards to African engagement of the African diaspora and the African continent has also been with the encouraging African Americans, African diaspora in general, to invest in Africa and supporting development within the continent. This has helped with creating not only a spiritual and social link, but an economic link to creating jobs, as well as creating alternatives for people between both sides of the Atlantic. I also want to note that we started with regards to the year of return. We've seen many African Americans work towards business opportunities within the continent. And one area is also to make sure that those inroads are made, or making sure that the ease of doing business within the continent is easier for those who may be coming over for the first time. Which would be a very good way to start those between Africa and the diaspora. And I should clarify by stating, when I state the diaspora, I am discussing both old and new diaspora. And when I discuss with old diaspora, I'm meaning Africans, African Americans, Afro-Caribbean, those who have been in the Americas longer than longer and have histories and who's connected to slavery. We also do need that connection with the new diaspora in order to provide insights on both levels, which they have a closer relationship. The new diaspora has a close relationship due to parents or grandparents coming over from the continent itself. The third point is also making sure we engage the diaspora and advocate for a better voice position in recognition of Africa within the international community. For many years, which COVID-19 stating in 2006, I believe, Africa is the only country, the only continent that does not have a seat on the United Nations Security Council. The idea of advocacy within African or the West across Africa has not been a new discussion. We've seen that with condemnation of the Congo Free State in the 1880s. We've seen that with regards to the anti-apartheid movement that helped free the country from the apartheid system, as well as various anti-colonial movements that happened not only in the US, but in European capitals as well. Now we see it with the protests across the world over issues of authoritarian regimes. And I believe that we have untapped potential within the African diaspora, given that we have voice to, we can provide voice to a major funder in a lot of African a lot of programs from the continent. I am looking also to the case where we promoted the human rights, where we promoted human rights with regards to the South Sudanese issues on the civil war in Sudan. We are the African diaspora, and it's the sixth constituency, as well as the African continent, have a long history of coordination through economic, social, and political matters. And I do believe that major areas for us are to focus on financial to bridge and strengthen those cultural gaps, as well as helping the political pushing for political reform and not staying silent on the sidelines. With many of my constituents, many of my previous speakers have been able to stay with me. I thank you very much. I keep it short and sweet, but thank you very much and have a great afternoon.
Thank you. I think you touched on a number of points there that are pertinent, and I think you can I again welcome colleagues to intervene in whichever way you, from your point of view, from your perspectives. Any comments will be most welcome. I do note that earlier on there was a discussion around the increasing role of China in all these foreign policy issues. We are here discussing Africa-US relations from a foreign policy perspective, but sometimes China, Russia become inserted into these relations. And so, first question or comment there, you're most welcome. Microphone to you.
Blessings. My name is Sam P.K. Collins. I'm a reporter by trade, but I'm also a youth coordinator for what's known as the Pan-African Federalist Movement. It's an effort to create the United African States by 2030, 2027 at the earliest. My question for you is, given what we know about the history of the U.S.'s relationship with the African continent, how do we go about fostering diasporic relationships outside of the purview of the U.S. government? That means not involving the White House, not involving the State Department, especially seeing that during the U.S.-Africa Summit, President Joe Biden, to some degree, has co-opted the whole concept of Pan-Africanism. So how do we go about creating organic relationships between the diaspora and the continent outside of the purview of the U.S. government?
Okay, proceed.
That is a very important question. I would state that while
Use the microphone, please.
so that is a very pertinent question for us all. And I would state beyond the aspect of just using working with the U.S. foreign government as well, and the economic sense, I do believe that it does require social capital to our health groups. So there's a reason why I noted African countries and having those links brought to African Americans as well as Afro-Caribbeans. I believe that those countries can provide major links to help with connecting people to the African American population as well as the Afro-Caribbean population to a society, to a history that has not been as clear for me. I note that one area of focus has also been just ways where African Americans and people of African descent in the Americas itself have sought to undergo DNA tests to see what part of the African continent in which they originate. And those could, in my opinion, those could be areas of linkage where you note that knowing the history are able to find that no one comes from there. And that can provide at least I wouldn't call it superficial, but I would call it a early start. And these situations and some of these discussions where we are having African continent hosting events like the Return of Ghana, but having areas like Senegal, tout areas where slaves were transported to the walls as areas of focus. And for another thing, but I also do know that these are areas where tourists, the Ministry of Tourism for many countries have been involved. So the Ministry of Tourism being involved in that state as well as bringing economic linkages through African governments and individual Black entrepreneurs could be a way of bringing more people interested. But most important thing is making sure we connect on a social level. The money is important. The social is probably the most important aspect because the social is there first, money follows. If you look at it with capitalist.
Thank you. I think Lawrence, okay, let me pronounce your name properly. Dekwan Lawrence from this university. Welcome.
Good morning or good afternoon. Just to follow up on the previous question, to add nuance or context, I think the way I understood it was many things are happening under the auspices of the government. So whether they're involved or not, there are some of us, Dr. Walters, Dr. Daniels, others who have started the initiatives. I've said that COINTELPRO never stopped. So Africa remains essential as it was to the global economy as it's always been. However, the narrative is a contra narrative. I think that's what Brother Sam was actually alluding to. So in terms of U.S. foreign policy, this isn't just directed to you, Mr. King, but collectively, because we are collective people. I think it's important for us all to consider how we can all be independent and still engage with Africans in a diaspora or in a continent. So the question that I have for you is, again, excuse me for everybody, what ways can we start to collaborate and integrate our efforts to be Pan-African, to support each other, instead of relying on government institutions, private institutions, big institutions that still benefit from the status quo, whether it's a Democratic or Republican president in this country, they benefit from the status quo. So again, I think that's an extension from the previous question to everybody, not just Mr. King.
Thank you very much. I don't think I'm going to set up time myself, but I do want to note that we, I do want to note that we as a, I keep mentioning interconnection through governments and economy. However, I am specifically thinking about the idea of the adage that the world is smaller, and Walt Disney is very successful in getting that it's a small world after all, because it's very apt for our time. I do want to note that we are more interconnected through the uses of social media and ways of reaching out by email and WhatsApp. And using I would connections first, where we have interpersonal connections through ones like this. Additionally, I would also recommend connections through organizations as well, using our strength to advocate with people on the ground in Africa, but in the sense that we are the people know that we are partners and people partners. This not be done the work and things like as well. Not be done with one another and things. I was going to answer your question.
Right now, thanks, Mr. King. We now are learning that Professor Gilbert Kadiagala is able to join us. I hope, as Professor Gilbert Kadiagala is director of the African Center for the Study of the United States. His deputy, in fact, is joining us from Johannesburg, South Africa. Welcome, Professor Kadiagala.
Thank you, Bob, and thank you very much for the invitation. The Center for African Studies. I'm really privileged to be here. I'm sorry I was a bit late because of technical glitches, and we have power outages here in South Africa, so I had to decide where to actually go and so on. So, but nonetheless, I'm really happy to be part of the discussion on the AU at 60 and the role of the African American community, the diaspora community in Africa and in foreign policy issues. So what I want to say from the outset is to say happy 60th to everybody, and but also acknowledge that the Ralph Bunche Institute, the center is very important because Ralph Bunche himself played a very critical role in really identifying to African Americans, or to Americans as a whole, the meaning of Africa. And I think that was a big contribution because reading the works of, hello?
Yes, we can hear loud and clear, Prof. You can.
Okay. I was saying that Ralph Bunche is important because last year I was reading the work of Paul Robinson, who was very clearly, he struggled to get Africa at the heart of the United States, but also to broaden what Africa meant for America at a very difficult moment. So I'm very happy that the 60th anniversary of the African Union is being held with a big banner of Ralph Bunche at the back. I think the last speaker had that nice banner that I really like. So I thought I would just mention that. But I also want to say from the outset that the best way to understand African American or the diaspora's contribution to foreign policy is to ask the question, what are the issues that animate their engagement? Because foreign policy is often very issue-based. And so we have to get a sense of what are the big issues that in fact can animate, can galvanize the African-American community's engagement in foreign policy, particularly on African issues. And I think that question is important because what it says is that for the diaspora community that is very fragmented and very diverse, finding the issues that drive foreign policy engagement becomes essentially very problematic. And so my message at the end will be, I think the way to galvanize attention around issues is to begin to think strategically about what are the kinds of issues that would constitute sustained engagement of the African-American community on African issues. And in fact, the AU and the Biden, the summit in December gives us some hunch on some of the critical issues that can mobilize the attention of the diaspora on Africa. So what I want to do is just to mention two big moments on the African-American engagement in foreign policy that to me remain very relevant and very salient in the discussion of where do we go from here in forging new consensus around Africa in the US, especially among the African Americans. So the first moment, I think, is the Randall Robinson Trans-African moment in the late 80s, in the early 90s, talking about the end of apartheid and mobilizing diverse communities within the US political and economic setting to make sure that in fact apartheid ended. And the Trans-African Forum therefore played the kind of role that I'm describing as a momentous role in contributing to change in Africa following South Africa's liberation. But I think we cannot also not talk about the Trans-African Forum without mentioning the Congressional Black Caucus, which also, in fact, found voice in those discussions, particularly in the 1986 discussions on the Reagan sanctions debates. And I was in Washington at that moment as a graduate student. But the defeat of the sanction voice of the Reagan administration did in fact contribute significantly to change in Africa. So I attribute that to Congressional Black Caucus. I attribute that to the Trans-African Forum But Reverend Sullivan, I think people don't know very much about him, the new generation, who also led the struggle against apartheid, but in a very different dimension. When they were talking about sanctions much earlier, the Sullivan principles were important in defining the engagement of American companies in the then apartheid South Africa. So I just put the Reverend Sullivan in that category because there are individuals that in fact played an important role in foreign policy that was significant to Africa. And the second moment is what I'd call the South Sudan moment. And here I want to refer specifically to Ted Daniel. Ted Daniel then was working on the Hill with some of the leading African-American representatives in Congress to push for the liberation of Southern Sudan. And Ted Daniel is an Ethiopian-American who spent a lot of his efforts in lobbying for South Sudanese. He was a close friend of John Garang, and that's how the issue around South Sudan became very prominent in Washington in the 90s. Again, leveraging the Congressional Black Caucus, but also the other constituencies around Sudan. I remember that we had a working group on Sudan when I was in Washington at that time. And Ted was a very critical element there. Francis Deng, the South Sudanese intellectual and diplomat, was also involved in those efforts. I'm using that also as a case to say these are things that are very issue-oriented. South Sudan became an issue during the Clinton administration, and these actors were able, in fact, to push that agenda on the American foreign policy. But since then, I want to complain, therefore, that there hasn't been any other issue that has allowed the diaspora to stand as tall when it comes to Africa. And I think this is this is where I started off, that it's important to have foreign policy engagement without an issue that galvanizes attention. And so I want to use this maybe to therefore Biden summit that looked at the issue around Africa, the diaspora playing a prominent role in African foreign policy, in American foreign policy towards Africa. So I think that's an entry point for a redefinition of a broad African foreign policy, in American policy towards Africa. And there are many issues there that I think need to be teased out. Whether we are talking about AGOA, maybe we need a new African-American constituency on AGOA, because AGOA now is the game in town, particularly in Africa, where everybody's worried about whether in fact we're going to have an AGOA renewal in 2025 or not. I could also mention that it's an opportune moment for the diaspora also to latch on to issues such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, which are important issues for Africa, but they should also have some marketplace in the United States, particularly through the diaspora. So I'm just suggesting that there are a whole menu of African interested issues that in fact should occupy the place of the African diaspora in the United States with respect to participating in foreign policy issues. Finally, the AU declared the diaspora as one of the key regional economic communities, essentially one of the biggest partners of Africa, including apart from the regional community, is the diaspora. And in fact, soon after that pronouncement, about 10 years ago, there was a division, a diaspora division that was set up in Ethiopia, in Addis Ababa. This is a division that focuses essentially on mainstreaming diaspora in the African Union. And my suggestion, therefore, is that the diaspora should also take up that opportunity to begin to engage the African Union. Say, if you think we are an important partner, if we think we are an important player, what should be our role precisely? And these are the kinds of questions that should be focused to the division, should be asked of the division, but also they should be asked of the chairpersons of the AU and the commissioners and so on. So why not have an annual diaspora presence? Diaspora presence at the African annual AU summits. And that to me would be an important point, because it will be saying the division was created for our purpose, that is for the diaspora, but the diaspora are taking this very institution very seriously. They are making demands, they're asking questions, but the diaspora is also coming up with key issues that it can sell to Washington. So I think there is an opportunity there in the diaspora division to begin to have a better engagement between the diaspora and the African Union, but also the African constituencies at large, the African countries at large. And I'm not diminishing the contribution of the diaspora in their various forms, in their various dimensions within African countries, on African issues globally, but also within Washington. But I'm just asking for a much more issue-oriented engagement with foreign policy on some of the more contemporary issues that Africa is put to the global map. And I think these are issues that can also be of relevance to the diaspora community as a whole. So I think I should stop here, and I can take a few questions, but I just thought my contribution would be on what kind of issues should organize the diaspora as they engage in foreign policy. And thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Professor Kajagala. As you can hear from the floor here, the applause is a great appreciation of your understanding of these issues, as well as your comment on particularly the institutionalization of the sixth region within the AU frameworks. I think Dr. Daniels did mention the word structure, which is almost synonymous to the whole issue of institutionalization. I will now invite colleagues in the room and those joining us virtually to have some input. I can see Dr. Winstead's hand up, and there's a colleague on this end as well. Let's start with Winstead, go to Joe, and then colleague there. So Prof, just stand by and listening as these comments, questions come through. Thank you. When you pass over the mic, let's be efficient with the mic.
Thank you very much. Thank you, speakers, for your comments. I just want to make a really quick comment. Something that came to my mind is the question came up: how do we engage Africa, at least the diaspora? How do we engage Africa outside of being led by or being facilitated by the U.S. government? And our speaker mentioned the importance of, I think he talked about social media. And what came to my mind is one way how China does it. And I think we would all agree that marriage is a social institution. So one way China sustains engagement in Africa is encouraging Chinese men to marry African women. Why is that an important strategy? Well, in most African countries, you have to be African to own land. So there was a specific strategy for them to marry African women their children, which are now Chinese African, can own African land. This was a specific strategy in several African countries, and you will see where they are encouraging them, and you will see the workers coming are not necessarily high income workers, but some lower income workers, and mostly men, and they encourage them to marry African women. That's another strategy of how do you sustain engagement using a social strategy.
Thank you, Dr. Winstead. I think a very interesting love marriage related strategy here. We should marry each other more. Yes, what you say. And I think Joe, you can go next, then we'll come over to
Thank you. I just wanted to, our speaker mentioned the Sullivan principles, and Reverend Leon Sullivan. When I used to live in Philadelphia, and I would talk with him about the Sullivan principles. And he was a man of great integrity, a man I respected a lot. But I thought the Sullivan principles were really accommodations, frankly, and I thought that they allowed American corporations to continue to invest in South Africa during the days of apartheid, under this notion that the Sullivan principles would advance Black South Africans up the corporate ladder. And it might have had the effect of doing that. But at the same time, it ran counter to the international effort to impose sanctions on South Africa, which I think everyone would agree those sanctions were very important in bringing down the apartheid regime. So I just wanted to mention, while Reverend Sullivan was a man of a man that I think we all should respect greatly, because he did a lot of work in the Black community here and in South Africa, those Sullivan principles, I think, did not work for the advancement of South Africa.
All right, I think a very sharp, tough question from Prof there. Just a very quick addition as we go to the next chapter is that South Africa-US relations are now going through some very turbulent moments. So Prof, maybe you can weigh in because it's a topical issue. And next, I think he was first. Yes, yeah, sure. Mike to him, introduce yourself, and then question in a few words.
Thank you. My name is Lapa Wipani. I'm originally from Togo. And I have been hearing a lot of talks about the US strategy in sort of addressing China's influence in Africa, and not just China. We have India, Turkey, and other countries now heavily investing in Africa. And I mean, to me, it sounds like the discussion is about how can we prevent one master from taking over where another master left about the African continent. And for us as a diaspora, I don't think that's the right path for us to go. The idea, my view, is to try to find ways for us to take over our own destiny. And talking about that, a lot of board have been thrown out structural engagement. Now the question is, who are we engaging? I think we have been engaging traditional institutions, the US governments, the African unions, but to me it doesn't do the job that we are expecting. One thing I haven't heard is the engagement of institutions like Hollywood. These are big corporations, huge industry, that as a diaspora, we have to tap into to get some help and be on the ground on our own to be able to invest, because as opposed to what have been happening in the past, where, for instance, US government is heavily invested in humanitarian strategies. Talk about USAID, talk about Europe doing the same thing in terms of helping countries. But I think the shift should be to really empower economic development. And someone says here that we are, expert. Indeed, we are, because we are bridging two continents. We learn from here and there. We have something to offer in both places. So the key question for me is to find ways to bridge African Black communities, whether they are in Hollywood industry, whether they are in politics, whether they are in the cabinet, to be able to make change. And I'm really glad to hear that there's a discussion that's taking place 4 times a year about Pan-African dialogue, something around those words. I'll be happy to really get to know about what's really happening in that organization, and maybe be part of the movement to be able to engage industries that are not yet really tapped into, just like Hollywood, as I said. So that's just 2 cents from me. Thank you.
I suppose my colleague, let's have Professor Kajagala responded will come to you, because I feel the issues that have been raised from the floor are quite weighty. So to give the professor an opportunity to respond in a substantive way, and then we'll come to the 2 questions that close there. So Professor Kajagala, we did hear the questions, and the floor is yours. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much for the questions and comments. I think Dr. Wheeler's comment on the China strategy, let me answer it in a broader sense, which is to say the diaspora's engagement with Africa outside government is very broad-based and for the most part uncontested. I think we have a lot of African Americans who are routinely involved in African affairs. They live in places like South Africa. They live in Ghana. They live in Kenya. Those kinds of social economic interactions, in fact, have grown over the years, that I think we should not worry too much about those kinds of outside engagement of the diaspora in Africa. Of course, we would want more engagement. African countries would want more engagement with the diaspora outside government, but there are limits also in that respect. I think we've been trying to talk about the engagement of HBCUs, for instance, with African institutions. That's going to be an ongoing process. So I don't think we need to worry too much. So the China strategy, I've never heard of it, but I found it intriguing. I'm just putting it that there is more that can be done there outside government. But I think the current debate that I was raising on issues was to what extent do we elevate the voice of the diaspora in decision-making about Africa from Washington? I think that, to me, is a question that needs to be probed. And that's why I was saying there are avenues such as the AU, the Diaspora Office. These are formal government institutions that the diaspora is being invited to join. And it can join, as you know, civil society actors, but also I'm suggesting that we could have, in fact, more consistent voices of the diaspora in the decision-making process in Washington. And that is the invitation of the Biden administration on the diaspora's engagement in foreign policy. And I think that, to me, is important. So that's how I want to look at it. The non-governmental side is not as problematic. I think we need to work on it. We need to expand those ties, even if occasionally we expand it through the social strategy that Dr. Wheeler is talking about. I think a lot is being done in that respect. On the Sullivan principle, I think it was a very, what I wanted to do was to provoke an argument, which simply says, the Sullivan principles came at a moment when there were a lot of American companies in South Africa that were not ready for sanctions. But the Sullivan principles gave them an alternative. Why don't you, as American companies, in a very highly apartheid environment, try to contribute to the skilling of Black labor and Black workers. So it was an invitation to American companies that were, of course, very reluctant to disinvest from South Africa. It said, we can give you an option of doing more socially in advancing the cause of Black economic and social empowerment through this policy, through these principles that we want to sell to you. And of course, I agree with the gentleman who raised that question. And I agree entirely that if you look at it straight as who was actually more beneficial, was it the sanctions that came up, or was it this gradualist approach of the Reverend Sullivan, which is Black labor needs skills, they need entry into that economy, particularly for American companies like GM. GM has been here for 100 years, just celebrated that not too long ago. And there are many American companies that have been here for that long. At the very moment when the Reverend Sullivan was talking about good corporate responsibility of American companies, he was simply pleading with a group of companies he knew that probably if you prodded them more, they would try to do good things. But the same companies also needed the Randall Robinsons of this world. So when it came to the moment when apartheid looks like it's on its deathbed,
I hope it's not a power outage inside.
you really, as Americans, that we are not going to work with the apartheid regime. So it's a very tricky argument because it says one contradicts the other. I mean, the sanctions contradicted the Sullivan principle, but I'm trying to make an argument that says they are very contextually based. They came at a very different moment of America's engagement with the apartheid government. And let me stop there, but I'm conceding that it's a problematic argument to put the Reverend Sullivan and Randall Robinson together, but I've explained, I think, in a contextual manner, why the two probably would have, over the long term, complemented each other. And the issue of Black skills, especially within American companies, remains, even after apartheid. So the same issues that Sullivan was talking about in the 70s are very much part of the agenda now. To what extent do these 600 American companies invested in South Africa contribute to Black economic empowerment? Because that's an issue that has not been resolved, and we still have to deal with it. How do they create jobs while building the capacity of the majority to benefit from this economy? I didn't follow very well the speaker, the last speaker. Maybe somebody could, but I thought it was more comments and more elaboration on some of the questions that were raised previously. But I'm not able to respond to the third speaker. So my apologies.
Okay, I don't think I'll thank you, Professor Kajagala, and I wouldn't want to interpret things for the third speaker. I thought it was about as we focus on China, we should be attempting to counter China as another power, but rather investing in ourselves, trying to boost our own homemade, homegrown solutions, rather than always looking at what is China doing, what's the US doing, and so forth.
You know, I think it's a good argument of agency. Africa still has to stand for itself. Africa plus the diaspora.
Thank you, Prof. I think there are two more questions, and sorry that we're managing a few issues there, but there are two colleagues, then we'll have you respond and move to the next session.
Okay.
There's a colleague speaker here, here. Mic to you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to quickly address the comments that I heard and then ask the question. Forward, okay. My name is Robin Smith. I'm a PhD student in the Department of African Studies. My work is macro and the role of the diaspora in the continent historically and presently. So an attempt to kind of quantify and qualify our relation ongoing and ways to, I guess, to expand that relationship. And one thing that led me initially to look to the continent was the work of a Ghanaian politician Professor Dole, who was a minister of socioeconomic development in Ghana, who was looking at how to keep teachers and physicians in Ghana to stay in Ghana after being educated in Ghana. So what I saw when I was sitting on Wall Street, looking and listening to people say that they wouldn't invest in Africa, even though Africa had better returns in some markets than the American market. I looked to see why were people making that type of misperception of the power of Africa. And then I saw that there were some of the better educated or better trained leaving for economic opportunities. With a different perspective, that wave of the diaspora will be engaging with the Western world or the non-African world in a different way from perhaps my own stakeholders in this global African community. So when I preface that, I say I'm someone who looked to Africa from a descendant of those that the continent's tobacco, looking at how our families could return to Africa to full freedom and to utilize what we had gained here for the benefit of the continent. And so I saw while people were leaving the continent, there were people like myself with skills, educated in the same way that your most elite African families are educating their children. They're literally our classmates. So I say, well, why not have more of those that are raised here that seek to contribute to the African continent directly, be looked at as a target market for labor, for intellectual capacity. And how do we begin to take those minds that are here with that mindset to have them broker? So my question, thank you, would be, how do we look at, let's say, increasing the yield that African leadership is gaining from these minds, and what structures politically and private sector wise are being created to recruit these minds? So I know some countries have these non-governmental private sector divisions of their conglomerate to run their nationhood. How do you begin to more effectively target people like, for lack of a better term, myself, who would rather live in Africa than continue to live in the United States, and to tap into this wellspring of talent that awaits that calling?
Right. I think interesting question of Africans looking to migrate to the US like myself, and the people like Collegia looking to go to the continent. Very interesting exigencies there. I think our final question, make it short in the interest of time. Thank you.
I guess I'm focused on how the global diaspora works. I want to focus on how the global diaspora is influencing and supporting the diaspora in the US. When George Floyd was murdered, it sparked a global African diaspora response that has caused all kinds of different policies being changed and more people being more vocal from their perspectives. In case in point, next week is the Permanent Forum for People of African Descent in New York. I think that the US diaspora is trying to find its way in terms of impacting Africa. One thing is, I was on the African Union Diaspora Task Team for a couple of years, responsible for gender. And my experience of it in terms of the AU's department, I'll call it, was they didn't really know the intricacies of the diaspora. They were looking for one representative from the US or one representative from Latin America, that kind of thing. And as complicated as we are, that was a rather limited way of looking at it. So I don't know how it's going to work in terms of the perspective of diaspora from the African Union side or the others, or from the other side. So my question is, how we bridge all these different levels of differences around a common ground.
Thank you. Very interesting question. I think it speaks to the earlier discussions around diversity being actually super diversity. Many nodes and who is influencing who and so forth. I'm reminded of the Black Lives Matter, which has actually had quite some traction on the continent. Personally, in fact, I've supervised some postgraduate projects, master's PhD working on that from Africa. But over to you, Professor Kadegala, for your interventions on those two interesting questions.
I think the first gentleman was speaking to the issue around skills transfer, particularly from the Americas to Africa. And there's good discussion on a lot of Americans moving back to Africa and bringing needed skills because we need them and we need all of them. So the question has always been, therefore, what environments are attractive to those kinds of skills? And I'm glad you mentioned Ghana, because I wanted to say that most of what I read about the African-American diaspora moving back to Africa is actually Ghana. So the story about Ghana always stands out. But I'd be curious for students to investigate why the other African countries have not been as amenable as Ghana to the African-American diaspora who want to return to Africa and do all these good things that you're talking about. And so I want to make sure that I understand why is Ghana doing better than the rest of, I know South Africa can say we have a couple, we have a few, but I think the Ghana story needs to be highlighted, but it also needs to be studied on what is it that makes that place more conducive to African-American engagement in all sectors of society. I know if we talk about Senegal, particularly, maybe we talk about language issues, but I don't think those are as prohibitive as they were before. But there are many other African countries that speak English. So anyway, it's a good question to tease. But the summary being really that it's important to have not just the reciprocal kinds of engagements. Africans going to the US and studying there for a while, coming back home. I lived in the US for 23 years and I decided I'm moving back to Africa. And I feel like I'm a product of that kind of exchanges, cross-cultural exchanges of Africans and African Americans. And I have to see a lot of the African Americans here in South Africa or in Kenya or Uganda. And I think that's the spirit of the return from the days of Du Bois and Du Bois and the rest. I think the lady was talking about the diaspora is so diverse, which is actually where I started off, that the diaspora is so diverse. Even creating some coherence around what it is itself a big job. And I can see why the AU, particularly as it engages the diaspora, how in fact to manage that diversity, not just the diversity within the US, but the diversity of the global African diaspora. I mean, we have Brazil, we have other countries, Colombia and so on. So again, I don't know how to answer a question that says, how do we manage these diversities as we talk about engagement? My thesis is that I think we should start with identifying who among those diverse constituencies can make more traction on African issues. And I think once we get a response to who has better traction, who can make more noise, who can bring more resources on the diaspora, on the diaspora desk and so on. I think that to me is more important in beginning to identify who can make more difference in engaging with Africa, because I know, and from my experience in the US, I know there are a lot of African Americans who are not interested in Africa at all. And I think this is not unusual because of the whole diversity of the African American world. So the issue is to work around, and you said you've been engaged with a task force on the AU, on the diaspora, on the gender issues. But I think the issue is to work around these issues and for the diaspora to keep knocking on the doors of the AU and saying, if you think we are important, how should we engage you meaningfully? I think those are the questions that remains outstanding. And I think I want to take the opportunity to say that the doors here are not closed in Africa. The doors are not closed bilaterally or multilaterally. And so we still need to have a good discussion and a good engagement with the diaspora. And thank you very much.
I think thank you very much. A round of applause for Professor Kajagala. We are extremely lucky that you are not, first of all, as you can see, Prof. Kajagala is managing a cold, so we really appreciate his time, even in the circumstances. And even more so, we are lucky that he was not knocked out by a blackout, the so-called load shedding, that you survived that.
Thank you.
Yeah, this conversation continues. Obviously, as mentioned, we are recording these conversations. We are going to produce a conference report out of this, which will be circulated, and then your interventions have been very helpful. I think now we say Africans sometimes do not have a plan, or a good plan for that matter. Our plan was this program, but we are not following it very strictly because we are also disruptively creative. And so instead of going to our keynote address or speech by Melvin Foote, we'll save that for the peak of this program. I think that's quite, that would be in fact a better approach to it. And so for this session, we want to move to the role of universities and think tanks in Africa-US relations. To help us address this important question that has already featured is Mr. Adam Clayton Powell III, Director of the Africa-US Initiative at the University of Southern California. The DC program, Mr. Clayton Powell, who is also actually the chairman of the African Center for the Study of the US. And for some of you, actually, you will associate with the name Clayton Powell, those of you who have been of history. So welcome, Mr. Powell, as well as Dr. Winstead, Assistant Director of the Center for African Studies at this eminent university. I am very certain they are going to give some very interesting interventions. So a round of applause as they even take. Yeah, so I think, let's invite, Mr. Power Three to kick us off. Most welcome.
Thank you, Bob, for inviting me, and thank you to all of you. And good morning. Morning. I know it's late. But good morning. This is, I keep saying to myself, and we have to keep saying to myself, Africa Day. And just a bit of framing the colonial powers, we all know we're not in Africa for Africa, we were in Africa for Britain and France and Belgium and Portugal, but the others. And today we see in Africa a similar structure. And China is not in Africa for Africa. China is in Africa for China. Russia is not in Africa for Africa. Russia is in Africa for China. And, the United States is also looking out for its own interests. So the extent that nations around the world, friend and foe of Africa, see what Bob has described as the Africa rising narrative, we're going to see a time pretty soon in this century when 40% of the people on Earth are living in Africa. That's not only more than Europe and North America. We're talking about Africa as the largest continent on the planet. So nations around the world, whether friend or foe of Africa, are beginning to understand that, as the dean of the University of Southern California Business School put it last year, he said anyone who is not in Africa today is going to look really foolish in about 10 years. So let's now talk about universities. Consider again the framing of Gilbert's and Bob's center in Johannesburg, the African Center for the Study of the United States. You have to love that, the African Center for the Study of the United States. It's not framed as an American center, it's framed as an African center looking at the US. Last fall, Wheeler and I were at that center, and with Gilbert and Bob in Johannesburg, he thought about creating an Africa-driven university partnership. And so, and for the benefit of African university, African faculty, African students, and also in doing that, we thought that being the school league, this is also for the benefit of American university and students. Starting in December, we began a monthly forum. I hope you can all come, in person here in Washington, but also streamed worldwide. That features speakers from Africa. That very first session in December was a review of the summit that President Biden had convened that week. And the views from Africa were not great, were very different from what you read in the New York Times and the possibility, the possible exception of Joe's column and the Washington Post. It was an African view of what most of the speakers around Africa viewed as an American-driven agenda for American interests. So now, every month, we convene a meeting with speakers from Kenya, Malawi, from South Africa, and Senegal, from Ghana and Mozambique, all around Africa, coming some in person, but most coming by video from Africa, which is why we have it at 9 in the morning, so it's more convenient for them. And again, you're all invited. Contact us, to email me. My email address is really simple: acpowell@usc.edu. This is a university partnership created in Africa, driven by Africans, featuring Africans. The partnership is expanding. I see Kristen Johnson from Howard, USC, and University of Witwatersrand with the lead partners on this. We have others who are joining here in the United States. George Washington University is joined, and across Africa, we're seeing other universities joining there. This is an interesting model to follow. We have student exchanges, we have faculty exchanges, and we want to continue. Howard has one of the largest Africa exchange programs of any university in the United States. How do you scale this? And I think that one way we can scale this, what we're doing to the video and mobile phones, that we can have joint classes with African universities and universities in the United States. We can have American students taking classes in Africa, as well as African students taking classes in the United States. In my university, USC, does for decades, that students from Asia are taking classes via video in Los Angeles. So I could be in a classroom, someone asks a question, I'll look over and say, oh, it's somebody actually asking a question from Vietnam, India. There's no reason why we can't do that. Now, just a word about the future. Consider the rise of evolving reason about artificial intelligence. And on a television program, it can be seen on our university television at 6 o'clock on Saturday, and on WTA 9 o'clock on Sunday morning. Visit, let me know, I can send you the link to the online chat version. We talk about artificial intelligence, and how 2023 is the tipping point. This is going to be the year when artificial intelligence takes off. And so I asked about AI and Africa. And the discussion quickly turned to education. Here's what AI software will make possible 10 years from now. And we're talking about very, very soon. Anyone in the world with a mobile telephone connected to the internet will have access to an individually tailored artificial intelligence tutor, tailored to that student or to that interested adult. A tutor with instant knowledge of all knowledge on the internet, powered by the latest methods of teaching and sharing knowledge. And a tutor that can adjust what it's doing to each individual who is using it, based on that person's questions, based on that person's interests, based on that person's strengths and weaknesses. This is incredibly powerful. Africa need not wait for this technology to be used and tested and experienced in the global north. There's no reason why Africa cannot be on a footing equal to or ahead of the global north. A final note on history. I'm maybe the oldest person in the room. And I remember the 1954 conference on non-aligned nations convened in Indonesia with Nehru and Zhou Enlai as among the leaders. The United States trying to work on it, and in fact, officially it did. But it became a milestone of the 20th century, which in turn became the century of colonialism and the rise of many, if not most, of Asian powers gathered in Indonesia. I would submit that the 21st century is Africa's century. It's time for universities to fully recognize this. It's in our enlightened self-interest to join in recognition of it and engagement of rising Africa and rising African universities.
Thanks very much, Mr. Powell. I think you actually with your AI and ChatGPT, you already challenged those of us whose interaction with the ICTs or digital technology does not go beyond a call by mobile phone. I think what you're telling us is that we can go to class virtually. And I suppose I'm speaking for myself and many colleagues here, and see lots of heads nodding. We will be in that class. But now we turn over to Dr. Winstead. You can share your perspectives. Most welcome.
Thank you. And now that Adam has actually said everything that I wanted to say, I'll just get up and leave. Not really, but he did really say what I was going to say. So I'm going to modify my comments a little bit, because he told me about the U.S. University African Network. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that, but take it in a little different direction. First, I'm going to divert a little bit, and you heard me give some comments about the social strategy. Now I'm going to talk about an institutional strategy, not China, but the strategy that we're really looking at. I think one of the things that's important is that we agree that Africa needs more than one strategy. You need a social strategy, you need a university strategy, you need a business strategy. So there are multiple strategies coming from multiple different directions. So there's not one strategy. There's not one approach to addressing the issues of the continent of Africa, which is so diverse. Over 2,000 languages, and we really have to come to grips with the size of the continent and the size of the challenge. And I think sometimes we just want to make it simplistic because it's just easy. Well, it's not easy and it's not simple. I was thinking about the comment about that the one person made, the diversity in the American diaspora. I'm saying, well, yeah, that's just an American diaspora. Well, what about the Brazilian diaspora? Well, what about the Latin American diaspora? Well, what about Chinese diaspora? As if there is a Chinese African diaspora. The diaspora is all over the world. So, unfortunately, we Americans, we think we're the only diaspora. Well, yeah, a lot of the Africans came here, but if you did any study in African study, most Africans did not come here. They went to Brazil. So what do they have to say about this issue of diaspora? More Africans went to Brazil, okay? But it's interesting because I did my research in Brazil. I'll just tell you the impact that we had in Brazil in terms of diaspora. So I was in Brazil doing my research, and I was in the library. I think it was called the Africana Library, something like that. And I was waiting to interview one of the professors, and I was looking around the wall, looking at the ceiling, looking at the room, and there were pictures of heroes. And I was struck that every picture that they had were African American. The entire wall was lined with Harriet Tubman, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King. Said, wow, we are having that kind of impact in Brazil. And it's just, I think we don't forget, but I think we often forget that, our struggle is just our struggle. No one sees our struggle. That's not true. They are watching and they are emulating what we are doing. So don't take lightly, even this conference, they're watching and they're emulating. So that's just sort of my preamble for what I really want to say. So I want to take what Adam said and just give a little bit more information about this idea of the U.S. African Universities think tank. And again, this is just one solution, and I want to think futuristically too. And it's not the solution. It's not the solution. It's just one of many solutions. And I was actually thinking about this whole idea. Well, the important idea is collaboration. And then I think, okay, this is the aspect of collaboration. And then I just, out of curiosity, did a Google search on African diaspora. See what kind of, there are lots of African diaspora collaborations out there. There's the African Diaspora Network, Constituency for Africa, Afro Diaspora Policy Center in the Netherlands, African Diaspora Group. There is the African Partnership in Elevating Diaspora Engagement, U.S. government's perspective. African Diaspora Network, I said that, Pan-African Unity Dialogue, Pan-African Diaspora Alliance, Africa Diaspora and Social Exchange. I can go on and on and on. So what we're doing is really not new, and it's being addressed in a lot of different places in a lot of different ways. So I just want to say that this is an important moment, but don't think that we're the only one thinking about it. And don't think that we're the only action and the only group that's trying to figure out how do we engage as diaspora with Africa. We're part of an important group, but we are not the group, which is the challenge for the AU. How do you engage the Africa diaspora? Is it the US diaspora? Oh, we like to think that. Oh yes, our little group, just us. We're the ones, we are the diaspora, realizing we're not the most populous diaspora. I think we've got to, when we go to Africa, we've got to take off our prejudices that we're the diaspora. Really? It was interesting when I was in Brazil, Brazilian Africans can trace back their tribe to Nigeria. How do I know? How do I know? So in the churches, they wrote on the back of the pew where their tribe would sit. And so today they can track, and many Brazilians go back to the tribe that they came from in Nigeria. They go back to the community. Unfortunately, we don't have that kind of connection. And I'm just saying that just so that we can just come down a little bit on we are the diaspora. Yeah, we are. Yeah, we have a legitimate claim to be diaspora because we can claim who we are, but we are not the diaspora. We are a part of the larger diaspora that's all over the world. So what are we trying to do specifically? Let me get to my point. The idea is that we want to use the relationships that we have, specifically Howard, and to create and leverage that with the networks of the African Center Study for the U.S. Say that right? African Center for the Study of the U.S. with their effort to expand to and bring these two together. So how might we do that? So we're thinking, okay, we're trying to link, we're linking up with them, and as opposed to simply doing it here, as Adam says, we have artificial intelligence, we can be anywhere. But what we're thinking is that we're going to have regional conferences inviting African, primarily HBCUs. Now, all HBCUs aren't the same, and there are some HBCUs that may not be interested in Africa, but primarily inviting HBCUs to come to these different regional conferences headed up by the different issues, the centers in their region for a conference to discuss how and we're talking about universities, by the way, how the universities can work together in that region together. So maybe not everyone wants to come to South Africa, but then we know that the African Center for the Study of the U.S. also has they have a West African constituency, so they'll have another conference in West Africa. Then there'll be a conference in East Africa. And again, they will be inviting, I'm saying we, because we're part of a partnership. We are, right? Yes. Yes. We will be inviting HBCUs primarily to come to these different regions and to dialogue in Africa on how we can collaborate together, but it's done in Africa. And then we'll bring all the regions together. This is the idea. This is just an idea. We're looking at it to have a Pan-African conference, bringing all the regions together. Now, this whole idea of regionalism is not new. It really comes right out of the OAU, adopted by the AU. How do you begin to grapple with Africa? And one way is regionally. And there are lots of these economic regions that basically, I don't know if we're following the economic region model, but that's the idea. One way to start to at least differentiate and focus on the issues related to Africa is to look at it regionally and collaboration regionally, and then look at it in terms of Africa. So that's just my comments in terms of our strategy. And I hope that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now opening up for discussion. I can see the Kwan, were you stretching or raising your hand? Or both? Okay, there's a question there. There's a question 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Quite a few questions. Make them sharp and to the point so that we give our speakers an opportunity to respond timelessly.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your comments. I'm gonna start backwards. I'm a controversial person, so forgive me. the disclaimers are really all appropriate. I'm really embracing everybody because I know exactly where I'm going with this. Thank you, Mr. Powell, for bringing up the Bandung Conference of April 55. And thank you, Dr. Wheeler, for your commentary about the regionalism. Being that this is 2023, I don't have to sugarcoat things. So we consider this the Mecca. However, there isn't much parity among HBCUs. I say that to say two-part question, to be brief, Dr. Wekesa. One, how do we, as Fanon and others, so many others have said, we have a systematic society that supports anti-Blackness, anti-racist, anti-Africanness sentiment. If we have a colonial society, then we all too are part and parcel of that system. We are also colonized minds. In our current educational system, we have this interesting process where it's a hierarchical model. So the first part of my question is, in the spirit of the Mecca and individuals who believe in public education and the non-gatekeeper model, where you have to have a high school diploma or a bachelor's to be able to even be in these spaces, which I think is preposterous. We're talking about Africans. First part of the question, how do we change that as Africans, members of the diaspora? And the second part of that question is, again, considering the factionalism, tribalism, that's not only in Africa, but it's here too in America, where we have people who even in these spaces, these are like intellectual coliseums where people want to compete with their ideas instead of actually all collaborating to change the material circumstances for everyone. How do we get back to that centrality where it's the spirit of Ubuntu, as we would say, where we're not just talking about it, but we're actually all doing it, where we're looking and saying, look, the wealth is here, the wealth is in the people. The wealth is obviously in the land, but the wealth is also in the people. So how do we again inspire each other to again not only each other as opponents that need to compete for jobs once we get our degrees, that need to compete for adoration of our professors or the adoration of even speakers like yourself? How do we get each other to see that everybody has something of value? And speaking of the 2,000 plus ethnicities or languages in Africa, how do we, as our professors would say, commodify African languages, or get people to see that there's so many things that they still have to learn from Africa, instead of it being a binary relationship where, again, me as an American, I'm coming in with my American cape and I'm saving somebody just because I'm Black and I believe in Malcolm X. Thank you.
Right, I think that's a tough question. But I'm certain the speakers will effectively respond. Let's go to our next contributor.
Right. Thank you. Forgive me, I haven't introduced myself last time. My name is Fitzum. I am originally from Ethiopia, currently working in data operations. And I just wanted to mention the very recent publication that we launched this month. It's called Knowledge Decolonization, and it has been launched actually at the Junior Martin Luther King's Memorial Library. We had to call this publication, which I'm very much happy to share later, as we have a dream. And basically, I wanted to, and some of the contents about this publication about anti-racism, epistemic justice, indigenous and local knowledge, and partnership, etc. So what I would like to contribute to what has been said is about AI's future. But to me, artificial intelligence is not just something that really is representative of everything. I know that has a very good future, but it's somehow programmed into the Western or some other things. And these things can also somehow be helpful to students coming from HBCUs and other partners. This resource should also be considered as knowledge decolonized. And in addition to that, also earlier, Professor Gilbert mentioned some local knowledge, including Indiana, that has been used as a very good example, and also be replicated to other countries if there's a very good, data and those experiences can be shared throughout the country, throughout the continent. So this kind of thing can also be workable through the knowledge equalization, which I believe can be seen as one of the things. Thank you.
Let me ask our speaker, do you want to respond to only a few questions and before we proceed, or you can ask all the interventions, then you answer them in one fell swoop? It doesn't matter. Okay, I think we have enough bandwidth. So, I think there you can pose your question.
See,
Yeah, sure. Be brief.
well, we'll see. I'm really, I'm with the Zimbabwe Diaspora Voice. I was really struck by the comment you made on what you discovered in that Brazil at the library. The influence of American thinkers and activists and so on. I don't think that's an accident. The influence of the place where they came from that did so. And I think that's a good thing. But I'm just wondering if that can be built on right now because of this issue that we have here. There's a new scrum for Africa. You heard it talk about when these people came. These heads of state were here not too long ago. And it's no accident that there is always been a scrum since 1888. The question is how can we in this community, with the influence that we have, take a lead in directing the new interest in Africa correctly, so that it is the kind of influence that will do the kind of thing that we want done in Africa. I'm thinking of what previous speaker said, that good governance and human rights. I'm thinking of writing what other speakers said, and how do we incorporate these into directing the new quote-unquote scrum. I hate the word, but I have to use it, the new scrum, and that is the challenge that we have. And if we could come up with some kind of resolutions or whatever here, that is this is what we want to do from now on. Do what we did before, we did in South Africa, and destroy the party in the process. I think that we can take that lead now with this new so-called interest.
Thank you very much. I think I'll take the prerogative and the moderator to say the speakers will respond to these three questions before we proceed to the next one. Very briefly, so that we can have a good engagement. But and yet at the same time, I'll request the speakers to summarize into the point, because yes, there's quite an interest in presentation. Thank you. Beginning with Mr. Powell, then Dr. Winstead.
I took a few notes on your comments, and one of the lines said knowledge colonization. I will respond with an example, which we don't always go to. I've been to Africa 60 or 70 times, but each time I find something where I had assumed based on framing here that I knew what was going on, and I was surprised by something that was there. And to address your question, let me give you an example. Rhodes University in Grahamstown, a longtime vice chancellor there, his wife wanted to disrupt township education in the townships around Grahamstown. And the way she put it was, township education here teaches students how to clean the university's floors. That's it. It teaches them how to be China. I want the township education system to teach students how to be students at the university, how to become professors at the university. So over the course of like 6-7 years, I was visiting Rhodes and conference on technology in Africa. And Joe Davis will tell you that the Washington Post actually acquired African computer software written in Nairobi. So it's interesting to see African technology people coming together. But I visited one of those township schools. They're talking about, again, schools serving very low income. With very little money, and it's amazing to see how successful they were teaching small children English language skills. And we're having trouble here teaching reading and writing, and they seem to be doing better. And so, how can we in the United States devote far more resources for students? And what can we learn from these teachers in a township outside of Grahamstown? So I think that's an example, I think, where we will benefit from a greater connection for the African educators.
I'm just gonna wrap up my comment generally to all three comments. First, Daquan, thank you for your comments and your sincere question. You need to know, just for your own knowledge, that this idea was not Howard's idea. This idea was really Africa's idea. This idea, this network came from WITS and from the African Center for the Study of the U.S. So we are actually joining them. As a matter of fact, the concept note was written by Mr. Wekesa, not by me. So this is an African-led initiative. We're not going to be able to create Wakanda. A nice idea. Yeah, I know. Yeah, now it's not gonna happen. And I think that's one of the things we've got to all stop and realize. And I think sometimes we fantasize about Africa. It was all great in Africa. It was wonderful in Africa. All African traditions were wonderful. We need to go back to African traditions. I had this conversation with my colleague on our way in. I said, I taught the African tradition using the book Things Fall Apart, one of my great books. I said, there were some things in African traditions that I think we actually needed to fall apart. It's like taking twins and leaving them in the forest so they could die. They believed the twins were evil. So if that was an African tradition, that tradition needed to fall apart. So why am I saying it? I don't want to fantasize about this. This is hard work. Why South Africa? Do you know how many official languages are in South Africa, right? This is your quiz. Look, there you go. That proves that he's a student of African studies. There are 11 official languages in Africa.
In South Africa.
In South Africa, sorry. In South Africa, thank you. In South Africa. South Africa is struggling with how does everyone feel accepted? How do you do that? You got 11 official languages. They're struggling with that. I go back to, you can make great institutions, but Mr. Daniels spoke about the character of the person. So I'm gonna make this personal now. We have great institutions in America, but we see here what happens when you have a fool in a great institution. You might have good institutions, but it comes down to personal integrity. Your personal integrity. And I shared with another one of my colleagues that one reason I felt we need more leaders like Mandela, because of his personal integrity. So we can have a great institution, but if you don't have personal integrity, you're still going to steal. You're still not going to do right. So to me, it comes down to, I'm working for Africa, but you know what? I don't want to get past this whole issue, because if you personally are not a person of integrity, I don't care what kind of institution you put together, it won't benefit like you like. And I'll just leave that.
Thank you. I think the colleague's question was not quite answered. I wonder if you can touch on it a bit, that there's this new scramble for Africa, but how can we seize it, leverage it, use it for an advantage. There's any quick comment?
Well, yeah, I think that's what we're doing. I mean, I think the whole idea of how do we use it for our advantage, I think we're bringing together the universities. That the whole issue of resources that we're looking at, what resources can we as universities contribute to the development and of the resources in Africa? So I think that this conference, the one we have in November, is really the way that we come together and we talk about it's not just about getting for us. We talk about the failures of the past. We realize, okay, we've got to be about the development of Africa, the development of the least of these, my brothers.
Right. Thanks. Let's go to the second and last round of comment. Mindful of the time of the fact that we are past midday, and I know we have not been energetic, but there's a limit which we can stretch things. And so be to the point there. I think let's start with our two colleagues quickly, then come over here. Suppose that to be the end of the right of the mind.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Paul and Dr. Winstead. My question was, what would be the leverage that we as the African diaspora have on the EU? Because one of the greatest challenges we've been having, AU would have been a good entry point into Africa. But like Dr. Winston said, it lacks the integrity. The AU itself has become a bank of African dictators. You might have good intentions to enter into Cameroon, but I won't join you because I don't like beer. It's been there for almost 40 years. Much as you might want to come to Uganda, another person won't be able to say, I'm coming with you to support Yoweri Museveni for 3 years. So there is need for us to figure out what leverage do we have as the African diaspora on the EU to influence them, to be able, to effect the change that we need on the continent. The other part was, there is need for us as the African diaspora to not shy away from political power. We need to have political power to be able to influence what is happening on the continent. Otherwise, we shall stay begging. And I'm saying that not for us to have tokenized representatives, but to have representatives that are speaking the language that we are speaking in this room and in other different diaspora organizations. Shy of that, we will be shortchanged. I will give an example. Today is Africa Day, and in December, the US-Africa Summit, after it happened, the US president declared an executive order to have an advisory board by the diaspora. It hasn't happened, and if it has, I'm sorry, I haven't heard about it. Are there any efforts for us to push that advisory board to be able to push our voices to make sure that we have a voice on the US-Africa foreign policy? Thank you.
All right, I think our colleagues will respond from the perspective of Africa-US University Network. What can university do on those issues? I think you've been patient, but even as you've been patient, been great.
So I'm gonna use three terms to just structure my question. We're talking about university. It's a US, Africa, and university, meaning that we're dealing with scholars, we're dealing with intellectuality, we're dealing with education. Now, my question is, how do you make sure that the partnership that we're trying to put together, since I see that there is like interest for all the parts, the US, Africa, and universities, I do believe that in this fight that we're trying to win, what we're trying to do, the most dangerous people are the intellectuals that are not, that have some sort of inferiority complex, or they have been brainwashed because they are the people that, like normal people see as, guides or maybe Messiah or something. So how do you make sure that maybe the curriculum in African universities are not just the replication of what is happening here in the West, so that the West or the US can also learn, like learning from Africans, like Deep Africa, learnings. And then at that point, I'm sure we're gonna have like some sort of equal exchange where the US can learn from Africa, Africa can learn from the US with like a win-win situation. But so far, I just feel like as someone who has been educated in Africa, I was successful there, but when I came here, I'm the living proof that I've learned more about Africa being in the States than what I learned when I was in the country. So it means that it's doable. So what are now your incentives to do so, and what are strategies that you're going to use to just try to make it happen? Thank you.
All right, pass on the mic to the public.
Okay, thank you. And that was really brief. So, I'm Linda Selimundene. I'm also a PhD student in the African Studies Department. So my question will follow what Abel was saying about the university context. And first, I want us to congratulate you about this initiative, and we assisted to some of the conference of the George Washington University. And my question will be, how do you first choose the partner? But he asked about that, and also how do you make sure that students from the continent will benefit this? So let's say it's not a secret. We all know that there are a lot of initiatives on the continent, but most of the time it's professors who are having this, who are traveling, who are doing the conference and everything. And at the end of the day, you have less students or even no students in part of this. So did you thought about the question, how are you going to make sure that while you are choosing your partner, actually the place of the student, because we're talking about in 20, 40 years, having this continent with 70% of young people. So how do we engage those young people today? Not saying that we don't need the old people because we are African, we need all that for the tradition. We're talking about Chima now. But how do we put the young people in the conversation and make sure that they are aware that it's also their responsibility to take care of this continent?
Next, I think our last question will be here. And oh, Dr. Johnson, you really need to. Okay, sure. No. Proceed. No. It was in the light side. You were our host. Yes. Proceed.
No, I was going to articulate, I guess, the question that maybe Daquan and others were really articulating, just in terms of, I think part of why we wanted to have this forum was to, I think we all appreciate, obviously, that, the future is Africa, but it can't simply be that we're kind of inserting, and I loved actually Adam's, kind of idea of AI tutors, and that, this is going to be, and that's fascinating to really think about that. But I think we also, certainly as academics and as intellectuals, really need to think about how it is that we are not just inserting Africa into existing Western epistemologies and kind of frameworks and ideologies and paradigms, and really kind of think through what is going to be, what should be Africa's contribution to knowledge production, to kind of higher education in fundamental ways. We're actually just, and maybe this is kind of on my mind because we're actually having a dinner next week where with Michigan State, where they're we're brainstorming this idea of creating kind of a transnational institute for Ubuntu practice and thought, right? Where you would have, this would be kind of an institutionalized initiative across multiple campuses, right? But the idea is really, not to kind of insert Africa into the global economy as it is, but to really develop and to garner and to kind of capture not just African philosophies, traditions, practices, et cetera, in terms of how does that actually create a different space for the for the world, really. So that was my kind of question or comment. Just kind of, so this initiative is good, but because you can get to the point where Wheeler, you said this is an African-led initiative. Absolutely, right. But it's also, to maybe Abdel's point, we can change the cast of characters and make them African, right? But that doesn't necessarily change the content, right? And so then maybe have more of a conversation, or maybe your thoughts, really just asking for your thoughts and reflections. How do we really get at that, right? So that we're changing the content, we're making it more Africa-centric.
Thank you, Prof. Johnson, and now our last question.
This is about HBCUs. It seems as though HBCUs have forgotten or don't know what their history has been in terms of contributions of both professors and students and alumni in the development of Africa for generations. Because it always sounds like President Obama maybe just found HBCUs, and HBCUs have just been going to Africa when they've been going for a long time, as part of also trying to escape Jim Crowism in terms of being able to really do what you do in a place that provided you some space to do it. So my question is, as you are working with HBCUs, what are you doing to educate those at the HBCU about their own history with Africa?
Thank you. Thank you. Interesting questions. We will now go back to our speakers. And I know they are both, the speakers are both my friends, colleagues, partners. So I'll ask them to use your responses within probably 5 minutes, then we can go there. About why you have to respond in 5 minutes, ask many questions. But also we can always take it that some of these questions are the research questions. And that the conversation does not end in some of these questions can be researched and published for. But over to you, start.
Can I start first? Let me start first, because my answer is going to be 30 seconds. I don't have the answers to the questions that you raised. Those are great questions you raised. As a matter of fact, when we were talking about this, I said, let's just raise the idea, because we need to figure out how to make this not like it was any of these other things. So I do not have the answers. We need to include the students. We need to make sure you're that perspective. We need to make sure it's not just the traditional learning stuff. We need to do it differently. And we'll just, we're learning, trying to figure it out. So I don't have the answer, but this is why we're raising.
Thank you.
And I have something similar, which is that we don't know the answer, but I've said many times to Bob, Gilbert, we don't know where this same behavior. Because number one, I don't think any one of us is in charge. Bob is in charge, but I don't think any one of us knows what's going to happen when you put together a 11 countries already in Africa. When you start to scale like that, I think that we are like learn. And the answer to at least two of these questions, what do you third on knowledge for used to be a requirement in the United States that broadcasters would have to do something called ascertain. Ended over a long time, but we had to literally know the theory and then some places where it would take the phone book, of course, eliminate people on the phone book, and you pick people at random and ask them, what would you like us to do? And a lot of people treat that as a lot of people say, oh, it's something you have to do with the paper in the file. But at a couple of places where let's use this as an example as a tool, try to find out what people want to see on the phone. And a number of students, now to take that as an example, the first time I went to South Africa was in 1990, right after Nelson Mandela. And I met the editors of the 4 anti-apartheid newspapers. You can imagine it would be apartheid. And we began likely to say, what would you like us to do? At the time I was with the journalism foundation, what would you like us to do? And one of the editors said, I would like to convene every year a African technology conference, experts from around Africa, and even in place in Cairo, to Cape Town, great one event, the entire conference. That became my way out of I think in my time of I used to go every year. Because every year there was a crisis. So I was going there. Yes, I wanted to support my reality. So I wanted to learn. I think that's how what the home happens with this network for centers. Furniture centers.
Right, thank you. I think my apologies for truncating this. Some of the questions were very interesting. They required much more time to answer. But as said, we started the conversation. We're creating a network or building on networks that exist. Let's keep asking these questions. But for now, we want to thank our speakers with a round of applause. We transition now to the next section, where I will now invite Professor Mr. Johnson over for the session on deconstructing Africa and African American terms and concepts. I am also a speaker in this session in some ways, but I'll try and not weigh in too much. I'll give the opportunity more to Professor Mr. Johnson. And I think she's very well accomplished, very well versed, very well placed to discuss this topic. So Professor Johnson, you can start as well in any direction. And colleagues, be patient. So we will then move on to the second last presentation and then do our keynote address and off to lunch and network. Okay, welcome.
Thank you, Bob. Good to see everyone. I'm sorry that I came in late. I'm just going to be very brief and maybe continue the conversation because I want to hear what other folks have to say. So my understanding of this, our particular panel was to engage in a conversation around the African diaspora, how we define it, and how we what the significance in terms of how we define it is in terms of U.S. African conference. So some of you might know that I actually wrote an op-ed not just so ago to kind of begin to raise some of these issues. So I'm not going to go back to that, but I just want to throw out a couple of things and a couple of ideas. So the concept of diaspora in many ways is a contested concept, right? I mean, we can define the African diaspora in multiple ways, right? I think oftentimes we kind of define it on a continental scale, right? The African diaspora, and of course, we can imagine that there's benefits to kind of seeing Africa as a kind of a whole entity, but there's also kind of problems or limitations in terms of identifying the entire continent as somehow homogeneous, right? Somehow the various differences and linguistic, cultural, all of the other differences that exist on the continent. Another way of kind of defining the diaspora would be from a cultural sense, and oftentimes that's, I think, an approach that is taken as well, right? Where we believe there's either some kind of genealogical kind of basis or construct through which we all can identify ourselves as part of the African diaspora, or there's certain cultural attributes, right? I think especially here, and I want to kind of maybe explore what I would say would be a third definition. And this is especially apt here in the United States, is a more defining the African diaspora in more of a racial sense. And for those of you who, I'm assuming most of you, even if you weren't born here, you've been in the United States long enough to know that race tends to, shape much of the conversation and discourse that we have here. So it's interesting, actually. I think it was Kwame Appiah who actually offered a critique of kind of early Pan-Africanism and these kind of constructs of the African diaspora that have been so dominated by US debates or American debates or discourses, in this area, it tends to over-racialize, our construct and our kind of concept of African diaspora. And there is, maybe, I don't know, let's have a conversation. There is perhaps a potential danger of kind of over-racializing Africa right now, that as it's, kind of coming into playing a more central role in terms of the global economy and the global politics and global international relations, to kind of tether it to this American construction of African diaspora, which has been highly racialized, may be problematic. I don't know, how do we get away from that? So I think I would like us to maybe think through, because I think that is the challenge. The reality, however, is that we are here in the United States, and this is our entire history has been highly racialized, right? And so even the contemporary debates and discussions that we're having about old versus new diaspora, and who is the Biden administration, courting? Are they only courting the new diaspora? It's important to understand the context of race in those discussions as well, right? I think that but to be right, so my first inclination is to say that as a country we have just really been incapable of embracing and kind of elevating the descendants of the enslaved, right, who have been here for many generations, right? That's kind of a history that is just very difficult for this country to even today deal with. We see this in terms of the book banning debates and all kinds of other debates that are going on. And so then I'm sure for the country, it's refreshing to have a new diaspora, which isn't tethered to this, baggage of slavery, et cetera, et cetera. And also isn't tethered to race, but race is also complex and kind of multi, kind of factorial. So I don't know. I really would like to hear other people's kind of, thoughts in terms of how do we construct a concept and a kind of a working, understanding of the African diaspora that is consensus building, or just kind of alliance building, is kind of inclusive, but that also doesn't necessarily fall back on what is clearly kind of the historical baggage of these debates and these issues in this country. I would just say, just to kind of highlight a few kind of other things that I'm going to go on, but I'm not going to go on. I'll just to highlight a few things. So in the contemporary context of, the utilizing and the elevated role of the African diaspora being used as a tool of soft power in US Africa foreign policy. I think there's, what I see as some of the dangers, if we take a narrow meaning or a narrow understanding of African diaspora as only the new diaspora, right? Those who have very direct familial, connections to the African continent, then I think that that brings into play a very instrumentalist understanding of diaspora. It kind of gets to the point that I was making before, right? We can, I think we have to think beyond just kind of how do we position Africans to take advantage of, opportunities that exist in the global economy, in the global governance arena, et cetera, and really spend a lot more time thinking about how do we change the global economy so that it works better for everyone? How do we change the global governance structures so that they work better for everyone? Right? So this kind of very narrow definition, I think, of diaspora tends to be a very instrumentalist one, right? Where we're utilizing the diaspora to advance very specific economic or international relations, kind of priorities with specific African countries. I think if we embrace and if we promote and push forward a more inclusive and a broader definition and understanding of diaspora that incorporates both, of course, incorporates those descendants of the enslaved, then this concept of African diaspora has more of a social justice potential, right? And I think is along the lines of really what, I mean, your point is so apt as well, because this isn't, we don't have to kind of wallow in, kind of contemporary discourses. We can look to historical, moments where these conversations have been had before. Ron Walters here, who's a professor here at Howard, used to talk about, I think it was social justice foreign policy or something. He had a term, where African Americans were really at the forefront at holding American diplomats and policymakers' feet to the fire in terms of promoting policies that were not just in the United States interest, but were also just, right? Just policies and that were beneficial to the kind of the global order that we want to see create. So I wanted to stop there and maybe have more of a discussion about
Thank you, Professor Johnson. I'll also intervene in this discussion, but very, very briefly. In the interest of time. And I have a laundry list of terms here that we use for diaspora. I'll mention them in passing without discussing them. The effort that we're trying to create here is that we want to see how the concepts and theories can actually be applied in practice. So that there's what we call praxis, which is the convergence of theory and concept with the practices, for instance, that we've discussed here throughout the day. And here's a list of the terms, and you can reflect on them. I'll just kind of weigh in a bit on one of those. As we see them in practice as well as in literature. One is African Americans. It's very well known term. The other one is American Africans. This is a term that was coined by Ali Masori, where he was talking about American Africans as people born on the African continent, who still speak an African language, have close, large relations on the continent, sometimes travel back. When they travel back, they go back to their families there, and so forth. But I think that term has also been problematized in recent times, where it is considered that American Africans are actually people like Christians, or male put here. And so I'm just throwing out that term because what you name something is very important in terms of the meanings ascribed to it. I think Professor Johnson has mentioned all the new diaspora. And in some respects, actually the word old can be reluctant. Some prefer to use the term historical because they say when you say old, you're actually labeling something in derogatory terms. And new diaspora might actually be not that new in itself. And I think in our conversations with Professor Johnson, for example, there are the Africans who are born of what might be called new diaspora. The children who are born here, have lived here, identify more with America than, say, Kenya or Nigeria, where the parents came from. And so that's also a term. And then, of course, there was the whole idea, again, from Ali Mazorei of triple heritage, that Africans have a triple heritage. Some of you might recall production from the 80s that spoke to that. That Africans, even when we talk of African diaspora, we don't talk of indigenous circulations within the African continent itself. So in historically, Africans have moved from some perspectives. There is a talk that Africans, at least of those people who's Bantu extraction, came from pretty much Cameroon or those parts of DRC, Congo, and spread all the way to East Africa and Southern Africa. That's why there's very many similarities. So that's diaspora in itself. On the continent itself, there's lots of migration between countries. In fact, the UN states that many of the African diaspora are actually within the continent, the largest migration and movement. And then that there is the Europeanized kind of diaspora or arising out of slavery and so forth, which is spread around the continent. That's the second category that you mentioned. And then you actually does mention the influence of Islam and migrations relating to that, as therefore forming the triple heritage. But I think to this heritage, there have been newer kinds of nuances, because Mazuri wrote this paper in the 80s. For example, we have concepts that have come up such as global Africa. It's been mentioned quite a bit. One of the professors who spoke earlier actually leads us in on global Africa, that Africans see themselves as a global phenomenon rather than distinguishing between them. There's been the whole question around Afropolitanism, that we shouldn't look at Africans from a very traditional sense of when you think of Africans, you think of tribal dances, you think of some certain traditions that are cave that Miller was talking about. You can be African, but very modern. You can have many cultural nuances within. You respect history, but you're living in the modern. You can be an African who enjoys Chinese food in a restaurant here, and you can, and so many that the idea of an Afropolitan in our a super modern African as well. And those are some of the concepts that have come. There is a whole conceptualization around African agents, which means that Africans need to be agents. And so therefore diasporans, everywhere they are actually agents for the idea of Africa, global Africa, and so forth. And I think to what then Professor Johnson was discussing earlier, arising in fact out of her piece that she wrote recently. The big idea then here becomes that there are areas of convergence that we were discussing earlier when we think of all these terms and what they mean, and there are areas of divergence. I think that therefore our research agenda going forward as the partners is to look at these terms and what they mean. And I think we'll be therefore be discussing with you, fellow scholars, practitioners from practice end of things, from civil society, what do you see as these terms mean? I think my intervention will end there. And at this point, I think I'll ask for comments, questions, and so forth, with understanding that you're actually helping us as a Professor Johnson was saying, to understand better, even because even as a scholars, we're crafting this question. So any comments, interventions? Interesting. Right there. Mike? I think we can just questions then transition to the second last presentation and come to our final keynotes.
Thank you so much. It's been a really interesting conversation. I'm a PhD candidate at UCLA, but as I'm listening to this, I was also thinking about other terms that have come also in anthropology. Okay, most importantly, I think about the term like deterritorialized Blackness, or when it comes to, or global Black assemblages and connections, and also thinking about the Black Atlantic, or Paul Gilroy's Black Atlantic, using the Atlantic as the unit of analysis for understanding how race, Blackness, and racial belonging works between the two continents. And I think what's coming up for me as well is kind of this graceful dance, I think that I'm working through, and I think this is very helpful between agency and identity and subjectivity and like interpolation. So there's a level of agency and identity that each of us has in regards to our culture and where we come from, right? And I think that it's hard to, we don't want to conflate that with race, but the reality is that Africans, and myself as an African American, Ghanaian American, have already been racialized as Black, as already always racialized, as a part of the kind of the history of global racialization. So if you're coming from a history of colonialism that kind of worked together with scholars to racialize and understand groups on the continent as a part of a particular Black racial group, and then that moves towards understanding colonial versus the colonial outpost versus civilized, uncivilized, primitive, not primitive, and then moving towards the developed, underdeveloped, or global south, global north. So I think it's interesting to kind of work through these both sides, right? Because we have to affirm the diversity of all of us, but also kind of be very honest about the impact of global racialization that is not necessarily authentic to Africa.
Thank you. I think we'll take another 4 minutes, then we can ask mostly Professor Johnson to respond. But I'm moderator, I can respond.
All right, so my name is William. I am the CEO of Black Men Network. I am also the chairman of Intelligent Working Together, right? So we've been talking with a lot of different people throughout the, well, pretty much around the globe, especially in Africa. And a lot of times what they're talking about, their biggest problem is that people leave the country, but they don't go back. They don't send information back. The things that they gather here in the United States that could help people in Africa, they don't send that thing back, right? It could be as simple as an information sharing or putting together a tutorial of information that they can learn from, that they can advance from. So that way, if anyone decides that they want to leave the country and come to America, that they have a heads up. Also, I think right now, since innovation and advancement in technology is growing so rapidly, and the world is changing so rapidly, it is a perfect opportunity for Black people and Africans to set their own standards, to set their own terms. Instead of going by the antiquated definitions that people have set upon us, why not just set our own terms and say, hey, no, look, this is what it means to be Black. This is what it means to be African. We don't have to listen to what other people are saying because we already know they're wrong, right? So if they're wrong, then why aren't we setting the grounds of who we are and what we do? So right now we have an intellectual body of Black people and Africans. Why aren't we coming together right now to build a board, right? Or collection of people that say, hey, you know, look, okay, this is what we're going to start doing, and this is how we're going to start helping not only Black people in this country, but Africans in Africa, right? We have the tools right now with this intellectual body of people to set our own terms and define how our future is going to play out. Because if we don't, then we're going to simply just be a victim of colonization and the history that we didn't defeat, because we have the opportunity now to defeat the giant we already know exists.
Thank you. Thank you. I think as you're speaking, one of the other terms that come from Bunche, which has been debated in literature, but which is you can think of in the line of redefinition is Black versus African question. Any further questions before we turn over to Professor Johnson? I think there's none. Okay, there's none. All right. Make it brief.
All right, yeah, so my question is for everyone in this room. I'm just looking at where should we be looking to see more statistics that differentiate, not for divisive reasons, but for true clarity, of our global migratory movements currently. So if I'm looking in any country in the continent of Africa, if I step into that country, how would I find others that may have been born there before, had left and returned, or who were not born there but had returned to that space to live and contribute, or to exchange within that country? Is that data being gathered effectively and amalgamated so that we can know what does the global African footprint on the earth look like as we move in real time? And then as one who has lived in each region of Africa as a expatriate or repatriate, how can we utilize those data points to make it easier for all migratory movements of African peoples?
About racism, what is racism? And then it took me a while to understand that what to me was the same as colonialism, or the treatment was the same as colonialism. So there is that kind of mindset in the offspring of people who come from different countries. I'm just bringing it up because it's not well known, but it does exist. That's all.
Thanks. I think we'll turn over to Professor Johnson for your response to those questions. Thank you.
Thank you for all the insights. And it's, I mean, again, it's, you know, we're kind of thinking through these. It's just to your last comments and points. And I think it gets to what Rodney's saying here as well, like where is the data? Let me maybe start with that. I think that's I don't know if other people know where that data is. I know just at Howard, I mean, I was asking this semester, you know, does Howard have admissions data which kind of shows you know, kind of people's origins, even if they're African American or, you know, born here in the United States. This your point really gets to what is the diversity and really the richness of the African American experience, right? I mean, my experience is similar to you. I was born in Zambia, Lusaka, Zambia, to American parents, and then came over here young, very young. So my experience has largely been here. But the point being, you know, we all have, it's very diverse, but if you look at the numbers of African Americans or the data that we do know, right? We do know that the large or the fastest growing portion of the African American community is new African immigrants, right? And that has changed quite significantly over the past 50 years or so, right? Whereas historically, Black immigration to the United States came from the Caribbean, you know, Jamaica, and, you know, and those places, and Haiti, and, you know, other places. Now, in fact, the largest percentage of Black immigration into the United States is from the African continent. So that's changing the demographics of the African American community. So when we talk about, you know, the African diaspora, I mean, these are important issues, obviously, for U.S. African policy, but important issues for really the African American community, because we have just become so much more diverse now, right? And thinking about everybody says, you know, we seem to be the most homogenous of these political bloc and, you know, all of the rest of that. But that is, you know, probably likely to change, or certainly may change, you know, given given, I think, some of the political dynamics in the country at the moment. So, I mean, they're really important issues, and I think you shouldn't shy away from the data, right? Because I think if we do have an appreciation, I was asking Howard for the data, not to divide, but just to understand, right? You know, kind of what are the trends? What are we seeing even here on Howard's campus? And I would say, to the gentleman's point about, you know, the African diaspora really taking the lead in terms of defining Blackness, defining our role, setting the agenda, those kinds of issues. Yeah, I mean, I think that and I keep having this issue, this thing. I don't know that we'll all, you know, be able to come together around every issue, but surely there's one or two issues that we could say this is going to be, you know, kind of what we can agree to work on as a community. And I think there are, I mean, what's happened, I think, historically, in which what is oftentimes the case, it's not that Africans and the diaspora doesn't give back, right? Because in fact, remittances constitutes what more of an economic, you know, kind of driver in many African countries than foreign investment or aid or, you know, any of those other things. So you do have that, right? But it's not necessarily in a systematic or kind of organized or institutionalized, you know, way. So kind of thinking maybe about ways in which we could, you know, kind of collectively think more, kind of more constructively about, you know, again, we can't agree on probably even most things, but there surely are a few things we can agree on that we can, you know, move forward with. Okay, we're going to invest in this, or, you know, this is what everybody needs. So I think, yeah, I mean, you know, continuing to have those conversations is important. And then, I mean, to my young scholar over there, I mean, the way that you're, you know, kind of conceptualizing these ideas, we look forward to reading your scholarship, you know, scholarship from the younger generation, because you grew up, I don't know your experience, but my experience, because of my age, I might not be as old as Adam, but I'm probably older than a bunch of you. So, you know, growing up, I mean, in the United States, you learn pretty quickly. It's black and white, even though, I mean, my mother was white, but, you know, if you had some black in you, you were black. So we're in a new era now where people identify their multi-ethnic heritage and all the rest of that, because we never did that, you know, growing up, right? So we're in a new era. So we look forward, we look to it. And I mean, I don't think we probably don't have the frame, as I was saying, you know, before. I think you know, you get so tethered to, you know, kind of this history. I look forward to, I think, the young scholars leading the way, where it's not to negate or to kind of, you know, kind of do away with that history, but how do we, you know, how do we talk about race in a different way, or do we even incorporate that into our definition and understanding of diaspora, which is going to be constructive and not necessarily kind of, you know, take us back to another era. So we look forward to it.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Prof. And I think this session, in fact, was supposed to have been a longer session where we discussed theories, concepts, and so forth. But again, in the interest of time, we have truncated it, circumscribed it, and shortened it, with understanding that in future, in fact, we'll have you know, sessions that are focused deeply in one issue rather than touching on more. But being Africa Day, we have to really touch on about everything. I now want to invite the next speaker on diaspora and youth exchanges, Ms. Eureka Hagins Aksum. She runs the program that involves the young fellows who are here earlier, and that is the Pain International Development Fellowship. So she's going to share with us a very practical example of exchanges, skills development, that can, speak to the realities, speak to developmental, intellectual development. And so the floor is yours. You can take it. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Lisa. And thank you very much to Mel. Good greetings, everyone. So good to see you on this Africa Day or African Liberation Day, right? Still try to call it. I'm going to be very brief because the time is very tight. Thank you to the session has been going really well. So my name is Eureka Higgins. I'm the director for the International Fellowship Program. It's housed here at Harvard University Center. So the Payne Fellowship Program is named in honor of the great Congressman Payne Sr. He was the first African-American congressman in the state of New Jersey. He worked tirelessly. He was a humanitarian at heart, but he often referred to him as Mr. Africa. Mel knew him, was very close with Mel. So Mel, thank you again. The fellowship program is sponsored by the U.S. Agency for International Development and administered by us here at Harvard University. It is a graduate fellowship program. It is a unique pathway to USCI service. It seeks to attract individuals, outstanding individuals who are historically underrepresented in the USCI service. It's normally Yale, Pale, and Middle. So this fellowship is really designed, as you saw some of the fellows this morning, to really attract those who can left out. And I want to congratulate Mel. His daughter, Miriam Flood, she just graduated from Georgetown University. She is going into the USCI Foreign Service as a Foreign Service Program Officer. So it's a graduate fellowship program. It provides up to $104,000 for 2 years of grad school. And that includes $24,000 a year for tuition, $18,000 stipend, which is we spend all of it, we choose what we don't pay rent, and then very unique placements, internships. The first year, 9 weeks on Capitol Hill, so that you understand how this functions. The second year, while they're in grad school, it's a placement at a USCI mission to attend these overseas so that they can see how programs are designed and administered at local level. The unique thing about the graduate fellowship is, and for USCI is that the fellows will choose a backstop or a career plan that they are passionate about, and then they go into grad school in a program that will provide a foundation. So whether they are passionate about the environment, so it's environmental issues, health issues, crisis stabilization and governance, humanitarian assistance, even contracting, finance, education, economic development. These are some of the serious issues that are impacting people in all across, but particularly those, as you mentioned earlier, second generation Africans who are coming as immigrants and who are growing up, African American people of color who are interested in making an impact. They have a passion for these issues, but they haven't been able to take this passion and apply it locally. And so having these young people going to grad school, 2 years, once you graduate, hopefully you meet the security and medical clearances, your inferences, and begin that career. The commitment is 5 years. Hopefully you want to make it a career, but if you don't want to make it a career, then you have had that opportunity to really gain some skills, because these foreign service officers, they are working closely with communities in these countries. They work with the governments in these countries. They work with international donors to design, to implement these programs on the ground. And so because many of our young people, not just young people, but because we have been really left out of that landscape, the perspective, the experience that we bring to the design and the implementation of these programs will be very different.
And so we are opening up the space and through the program, the Bunche program, we are trying to attract as many young people from our communities as well. People, the health issues that we're facing in our communities here in Southeast DC are very similar to health issues that are being faced in many parts of the world. And it's not that they're strictly being pushed into development work in Africa. It's global. And our young people, our influence, our leadership must be taken at a global rate, not just in only limited spaces. So basically, it's a quite of a nutshell. I know the time is very limited. I would say in terms of, you know, the African diaspora engagement, what we would probably like to do at some point, because we have the fellows for 2 years, maybe a virtual opportunity, professional development opportunity for them to link up with students at your university. Young people on the African continent in the next 7 years, right, will make up 40% of the youth on the planet. So having these dialogues early on, looking at what are instrumental to young people on the African continent in South Africa. So when our fellows graduate, they have some knowledge. They begin these dialogues. They're understanding from the youth themselves. What do we need? The fellows yesterday had a meeting with the USAID administrator, Samantha Powell, and they asked questions. They asked hard questions. They asked questions that you would not have heard coming out of these fellows mouths earlier on, but they're asking the questions, you know, what are some of the things they talked about the African summit? They said, you know, the African leader said, we want trade, not aid. So how is USAID going to implement that? What is the role of USAID? So they're asking these questions. So we need our students, our young people to fully engage in this dialogue. The fellows do not have to go to grad school, to Howard University. They can go to any university of the US, but it's an opportunity for them. It's fun. They need to be in these global spaces. They need to take the leadership beyond these borders. So thank you so much for the opportunity. Congratulations again, Mel.
Thank you very much. I think we can engage with Ms. Hudgens during lunch or you know, during the break session. We can exchange contacts and continue the conversation. I was itching to ask a couple of questions myself, but again, time is not on our side because we have to move towards conclusion, and we want to conclude on a very high note. This is the moment we have all been waiting for. And this is the moment when we have our keynote speech culminating or the peak of Africa Day for this day today. And therefore inviting Mr. Melvin Foote, founder and president Constituency for Africa, right here. And I suppose I don't need to do any lengthy introduction, because what we asked him to speak about is in fact his life. So it is autobiographical in nature, because he's going to speak about the initiatives that he's been involved in, how they have worked and not worked. And for this particular session, even though our keynote speaker has already taken his seat, we'll ask him to actually do that at the podium, so that it has the essence and visibility and the optics of a keynote. And you know, the mic on the podium has not been shifted since Mr. Kaunde spoke. You're roughly the same height, so right. Okay, cheers.
Okay, great. Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon. Let me say I'm really happy to be here today. And I can say also, Bob is a unique personality. And I personally think he's one of the really the keys to the diaspora engagement. You know, when we look at how we're going to solve this problem, this is one of the keys. And I say that in the sense that he's really from Kenya. I always thought he was from South Africa, but he's a Kenyan, you know, and but lives in South Africa. You know, when we think about diaspora, we really gotta think globally, you know? So we're lucky to have it, and I'm looking forward. By the way, this is only the first of several meetings that we're gonna do. We've already mapped it out. And you know, we had coffee about a month ago and Bob just full of information, but I said, okay, this is the start of, so this is kind of like the brain trust. And I'm excited about it. I heard a lot of stuff today, and I have to say, this is the most brilliant conversation I've listened to in a long time, you know, in a long time. Because we aren't talking about us. When you talk about give a keynote speech to these people, most of them know more than I know. How am I going to give them a speech? You got Barbara Kamara sitting here. We're brilliant. You know, she's a former Peace Corps volunteer. That's how I got started Peace Corps. So we work together trying to get more Blacks into the Peace Corps. And not only get more Blacks into the Peace Corps, but to make sure that they are retained and successful as volunteers. That's how we got involved, Peace Corps volunteer. You know, Eureka and I go back about 40 years. In addition to what she's doing with the Donald Payne Scholars, and my daughter is one of them. That's right. Just graduated this past weekend from Georgetown. And proud of her, you know, proud of her. But she's also a dance, you know, African dance manager, you know. I mean, you want to talk about that's the person. Yeah. And so Nicole Peacock was here for a while. Nicole is my person at State Department. She's the spook who sit by the door, if you will, at the State Department. And we've been working together 30 or 40 years. I mean, one of the questions was, do we work with the State Department and USAID and World Bank? And yeah, we do. You know, what you do is you got to make sure that they don't control you. You know, you got to make sure you control them. You know, that's the trick. But do you have to work with them? Absolutely, yeah. I want to wish everybody a happy Africa Liberation Day, happy Africa Day, happy Africa Union Day, whatever you want to call it. This is a day to celebrate. All of the world, Africans are standing up, except here in Washington. We need to talk about the National Union mission here. Oh, Lord. You know, so I have a lot of people here. Joe Davison back there. Joe is a preeminent reporter. I'm a preeminent Wall Street Journal, Washington Post, name it. One of the founders of the National Association of Black Journalists. And we also were evaluators of the election in Gabon. Thank God Joe wrote the report. So it was credible. But so it's great. Lydia Curtis was here. She just left. Lydia takes kids from you know, from the hood. She takes them to Africa. You know, like they are. Take them from the hood, take them to Africa. So you know, Ismail Heights is from Milwaukee. I'm not going to hold that against her, but she's a force of nature here in Washington on Capitol Hill, and really she's a Ghanaian. You know, her first order of business is the Ghanaian. You know, but yet she works on Capitol Hill, moving the Congress around. And there's nothing I work on Africa that you know she's not involved in. You know, be it a grassroots organizing to a policy considerations. Dorothy Davis. Dorothy and I go back to the Ethiopian family. We are the world, the line game. That day, we took a group of women led by Jesse Jackson's wife to Ethiopia during the famine, you know, and sitting on a plane with Bob Geldorf and, you know, Mano Dibango, you know. So it's a lot of just a wealth of talent in the room. You know, this is a group of, this is we. This is not a theory. My brother from Howard, I think he stepped out. I thought he was you know, I thought he was a guy on the street I saw just trying to hit me up for $1. But a PhD scholar. I'm really happy to be here to celebrate Wakanda. You know, you know, in my view, the African Union has gone backward. You know, I was in South Africa for the launch of the Africa Union in 2012 or 2013. I was there. They spent $3 million to organize that conference. And 60 countries were there. You know, man, we're gonna make the, African diaspora the thing. And if you ask me from that day to today, they've gone backward, And many reasons. I mean, Kwame Nkrumah talks about, one Africa, one Africa Army, one Africa Embassy, Africa speaking with one voice. But of course, all the other countries start talking about sovereignty. Not about me, I'm Burundi. Burundi is about as big as Washington. They want to have their own embassy. They want to have their own army, which costs a lot of money. Go to Gambia. Gambia is the biggest Southwest Washington. And yet they got an embassy, so all of a sudden these misunderstandings among African people, it goes back to the founding of the organization. With Kwame Nkrumah, he had it right. Let me say a background. I grew up in Rockford, Illinois, which is about 75 miles northwest of Chicago. And Rockford is not known for anything. It's a manufacturing town. My people got there from the South. They were running from Jim Crow and slavery. And they just ran out of the South, out of Mississippi. And my people landed in Rockford, Illinois. It's a place that you just get your high school diploma and you get a job in a factory. That's what your life is in Rockford, Illinois. When I go back there now, see my old friends, that's what they did for like the last 50 years, is go back and get a job. But I played basketball. I was a basketball star. I had a jump shot and a hook shot. And so I got scholarship offers. And so I said, okay, I'm going to take the scholarship as far away from Rockford as I can find. And I did. I ended up in Gunnison, Colorado, which is about 200 miles southwest of Denver, way up in the Rocky Mountains, a million miles from anywhere. And so I went there, in the late 60s, early 70s, right? And the Black Power movement was in full force in the United States, and Huey Newton and Bobby Seale and the Black Panthers and all of that. So I'm up in Gunnison, Colorado, a million miles from anywhere. And my senior year, I started a column in the newspaper called The Back of the Bus. So every week I wrote about Black people in the back of the bus. My audience were cowboys and mountain men and that kind of thing. And so a guy wrote me a note, said, I want to see you. He was a white guy out of Michigan. And he was a Peace Corps volunteer in Ghana. And he fell in love with his counterpart, who was Ghanaian. He wanted my opinion about interracial marriage. You love who you love. I'm not an expert on it. But what is this Peace Corps? So he told me about the Peace Corps. I do that. So I put in my application and I didn't hear anything back for 6 months. Finally, I got a letter from the Peace Corps saying I was getting ready to graduate. You've been accepted into the Peace Corps and you're going to go to Ethiopia. Well, back then, I didn't know where, I didn't know where Ethiopia, I thought Ethiopia in the Bible said that. Back then. So I went to the library, found the atlas, and found the map of Africa, so I the Aharone. And so I graduated in June and July. I'm here to Ethiopia. My father said, "Son, you're gonna get eaten by a lion." I honestly thought that when we landed in Ethiopia, I honestly thought Tarzan would be at the airport to take us to the village and the herd of elephants. That's only trained in the sound. That is the reality. I give myself an A in terms of courage, because all we know about Africa is Tarzan, Idi Amin, your guy, Idi Amin, and we knew about apartheid. We knew about Africa back then. And my father wanted me to be a shoe salesman. He was the janitor at Sears and Roebuck's, and he wanted me to get into the management training program and sell shoes. I said, no, I'm going to Africa, Dad. And so I went to Africa in the middle of the revolution. The famine was brewing in Ethiopia. The Peace Corps didn't tell you anything about what was going on in the country. And so they signed me to Asmara, which is up in Eritrea. And so we drove up there. The guy from the Peace Corps drove me up there, And there was a famine going on. People were starving all over the way. Man, it was just incredible. I get to Asmara, and they didn't tell me there was a war going on. So I've been Asmara is the most beautiful city you ever want to visit. So I'm in Asmara, and I'm in my hotel room. It was on the New Year's Day, their New Year's, which is a 13-month calendar. And so I'm laying in my hotel room, I hear boom, boom, pow, pow, boom, boom. Thinking 4th of July, you know. So I'm getting ready to put on my clothes and go out to the streets and no, you can't. I go back to my room, I see tanks in the street, machine gunners, shooting out bullets and all. I didn't even know there was a war going on. So that's how I got to Africa. Things settled down, but a year later, I get a message from the U.S. Embassy saying, be at the airport, one bag, and you were being evacuated. So I was sent to another part of Ethiopia. So that's how I got started. So I would tell young people, first order of business, and I've been involved in Africa now 50 years. Maybe 50 years next year is when I can say that I've been engaged in Africa. So when I talk to young people, first thing I would say is, one Peace Corps is a great way to go. The Peace Corps right now, only 2 to 3% of the volunteers are Black. Now, why is that? Peace Corps was designed for the Kennedy's kids and the Shriver's kids. It wasn't designed for people like me, But I got in all of a sudden, language skills, cross-culture skills. They gave me a nice start typing. And I never lived so well when I was a Peace Corps volunteer. I lived better than I had ever lived in my life. And then you're positioned when you come out of it to do some of these things that you can. So I'm a proponent of the Peace Corps. I think it's one of the most important programs the U.S. government has ever instituted. I would say, I did my Peace Corps and I came back and got graduate school. I then went to Somalia as country director for Africa for 3 years. I spent a lot of time in the Horn of Africa. I spent a lot of time. So now I've been to maybe 45 countries in Africa. 2 weeks ago, I was in Nigeria for the Global African Diaspora Symposium. And they brought together 60 countries in Nigeria to talk about diaspora engagement. So this is front center. In fact, my media consultant here, she's taking a picture for me. I'm gonna send them to all these people about what Howard University is doing today. Serious conversation around this diaspora engagement. I want to say that, so I launched the Constituency for Africa. I came back from Somalia with Africare, and Africare, another important organization that we don't forgot about. They were about 3 blocks from here, And Africare was the most important organization from the Black world ever working on Africa. And C. Payne Lucas was my boss. And C. Payne was to me, he reminded me of Booker T. Washington, where Randall Robinson was like W.E.B. Du Bois. And there was a lot of contention. Randall was intellectual, he liked to talk. C. Payne was let's build brick by brick, let's build Africa up. And so they clashed intellectually because of that. I found myself in between. I left Randall Robinson. I went to all the Free South Africa movement protests. And C. Payne would tell me, don't go there. Leon Sullivan was the biggest of all of them. I mean, he was a tall guy. He was like 6'6". He was a preacher. He was charismatic. But anyway, they're all gone now. They're all gone. And the question comes where do we go from here? I would say that, so I've been working to build a constituency for Africa since 1990. In 1994, C. Payne he got mad at me. Not mad at me, but he got mad to the point where he brought me back to Washington. He said, you're going to be the voice of Africa. You're going to educate Americans about Africa. So I was all over the country, every convention, NAACP, AKA, Lynch, Jack and Jill, name it. I was on the Black world. So pretty soon I got famous. I was in Jet Magazine. I was in every magazine. Emergency was spread on me. C. Payne pulled me aside one day to the lobby and he said, boy, you got to pull yourself up by your own bootstraps. There's going to be one spotlight in this place. And he said the spotlight was going to be on him. And so he gave me 1 week to start an organization. See, I think I started with 1 week notice. Believe it or not. And so when I look at a lot of this stuff, I think it's because of we talk about leadership in Africa, challenging, but the leadership of the Black world here is also challenging. But one of the biggest criticisms I have is that old folks don't want to make room for the young folks, you know? And, you know, with me, I was a young up and coming. Everybody thought I was going to take over Africa eventually. Everybody said, this is great, you know, building the. No, you got to go, you know, because nobody can challenge me, even though I'm 70, 80 years old. You know, so a lot of these guys took it to the grave. They didn't feel the capacity for others to follow up. And so now you look at Africa gone, you know, now they're building condos for Africa house, condos for Mzungu. You guys know Mzungu? Yeah. Houses for Mzungu where Africa used to be. Trans-Africa turned into some kind of foundation building. Leon Sullivan's gone completely. So all of these great institutions that were built, not only that, you look at Black media. Back then we had Jet magazine every week, you know, you talk about what's going on. Jet was my friend, you know. You know, and you looked at Emerge magazine, it was becoming the Black Newsweek, you know. You know, Lee Sterling, you know, we had it going, but all of that is gone. Now, some of it was intentional, you know. You know, with CFA right now, I've been broke for 4 years. No money for 4 years. Now, why is that? You used to get money from the Ford Foundation, Carnegie Corporation, Chevron, all of these entities. But the money just dried up. And you think that was by accident? It's not like we were doing bad work. We should continue to do great work without money. You know, we operate on a non-monetary economy. So part of this is the forces that be don't want this to continue. They didn't want the Leon Sullivans and the C. Payne Lucas and the Randall Robinson. They didn't want this to continue. And so they go out their way to make sure, first thing they do is cut your budget. They cut off the money that's going to you, completely cut it off. Then the second thing they do is they just displace you. Dr. Johnson talked about Blacks in the Forest Service. When I came to Washington, there was all kinds of Black Americans in the Forest Service, USAID, AI, State Department, World Bank, all of these, you had Black Americans in all of these entities. So what have they done? They replaced us and they put in African immigrants. Now the immigrants who they put in, they sent the school out in Kansas, Nebraska, Montana, places you ain't never even heard of. You go out there, I spoke one time at Kansas State University a couple of years ago, and the Africa Club organized, brought it out there. All of these PhD students working on biochemistry, working on all kinds of things, most brilliant people you want to see, sitting way out there in Kansas. They put their friends around them. They wouldn't even give you a spouse. You know? Then they rather bring them to Washington. They're in the Brookings Institution, they're in CSI, they're in the State Department. And I'll tell you what, one of the person that would ever come and say, can we have coffee with me? You know? I mean, I'll see them and they go, oh, hi. But it's almost like they've been told, stay away from those Black Americans. And so part of the problem is they think that, you know, we have the baggage left over from slavery. We do, you know, we do. But for the African immigrant, they feel that they don't, you know, that's not our fight, you know, and these people are okay with us. So how do we reconcile that? You know, sure enough, they're Black, they talk about diversity and all that kind of thing, but they have really cut off the African American perspective. Let me shift. You know, my mother growing up, you know, I used to come home from college and I'd be very angry about the war in Vietnam and all the stuff that's going on in the country. My mother said, boy, don't agonize, organize. You know, don't just get mad, do something about it. And I kind of carried that with me, and that's what drove me to do what I've done throughout my career. I don't do stuff just to have an intellectual conversation, you know, no PhD behind my name. So I don't do the, you know, I don't do the intellectual stuff. Everything I do has been about how do we move forward, good ideals. In 2008, we came up with a new concept called the African American Unity Caucus. And we basically brought 40 people together for a 3-day conference. Where we took them way out to the Bunche Center, so you couldn't go home. You know, no cell phone allowed. You had to, you know, we had to tell one another. We picked out the 40th baddest people we could find working on Africa who are Black, African American, African immigrant, And boy, we had 3 days to really get together and working on the strategy and coming out with some really great things. I've had a lot of impact on U.S. policy toward Africa. From the Africa Growth and Opportunity Act, I lobbied it around the country through a series of town hall meetings. We got it passed, but I took the African ambassador with me, and basically they were saying, we don't want aid, we want trade. That was the framework for AGOA, and we got that passed. The HIV/AIDS legislation, PEPFAR, knock on wood, Ron Dell was my former chair, and Ron had just come out of Congress, and Ron said, we had just fought the AGOA battle. He said, okay, I want to shift. We've done AGOA. I want to shift. He went to South Africa and saw HIV/AIDS, the pandemic in full force. And he said, we're going to shift to AIDS. So we took it on and became an advocate. We came up with what we call the Global AIDS Marshall Plan. And George W. Bush, got to the microphone, of course, Republican. And we didn't like him because he's Republican. And you say what you want to say about George W. Bush. He's probably the best president we've ever had in history. As related to Africa, George W. Bush. Yay! I'm going to want to shout. But Bush gets before the microphone in the State of the Union. We were pushing him to do $3 billion for HIV/AIDS in Africa. He gets to the microphone and said, I got $19 billion for AIDS, 19 billion. Ron fell back and said, what? But we were pushing for 3, honestly. And he went up to 19. Bush also, there was the advocacy that got them to think that AIDS, HIV/AIDS is going to be a crisis. The advocacy side of that. President Obama said to his envoy to me when he got to be president, he sent the guy and he said, look, the U.S. economy had crashed. The Republicans did the same thing they do now. They killed the economy, everything else they could do. Welcome to the White House, Mr. Black Man. So Obama had to fix the U.S. economy, and he didn't have the resources that Bush had. So he said, "What do you think I can do? To buy some time." And so I wrote the concept, and I said, "Don't spend your time chasing Mugabe and Biya and Bashir, the old guys. Spend your time on the young ones coming up." And I framed it for them. That became the Young African Leaders Initiative, YALI, which I think is the best program ever from the U.S. government. The first thing about YALI is, they want the best and the brightest. First of all, they use the U.S. embassies in Africa to identify the YALI participants. Of course, the African embassies all got mad. Why are you picking on leaders for? If you were told Mugabe, who you send us 5, who are you going to send? His nephew, his cousin, You tell Paul Biya to send you 3, who are you going to send? Come on, let's be realistic about that. So the administration used the U.S. embassy to recruit these YALI participants. And I will say that I've seen about 10,000 of them since inception of the program. I haven't seen one that I wasn't impressed with, And a big part of the program is the one from Senegal met the one from Nigeria, and the one from Tanzania met to South Africa, and the one from Morocco met the one from Swaziland. So they got to know each other using digital and whatnot. They're all friends now. But for sure, some of them will be president in the next 10 years. The Minister of Trade in Botswana is also YALI, they're coming up. And I would say they get it. They understand the dilemma, and they are connected. Now, the biggest problem is I tried to connect the African diaspora here with the YALI. And 2017, I organized a sort of mini summit. They gave me 100 from YALI, and I brought 100 from diaspora. It was the greatest thing ever. So what happened the next year when I go back and say, why don't we double this? Oh, we don't have money for it. We don't have it in the budget. And so there's an effort to keep the African Americans away from the African immigrants. All of them are dynamic. Right? So this is one of the things that we have to fight for. Let me just say the challenge, as I see it, part of the problem we have is tribalism. We talk about tribalism in Africa. We know about our brothers and sisters in Africa. Everybody belongs to a tribe, but we're also tribalistic here. Now we don't reframed it. We took what we knew in Africa, and now we call ourselves Alpha Kappa Alpha, Delta Sigma Theta, AME. CEO meeting, I'm a black Muslim. And all of these divisions make us not work with each other, you know? All of it makes us don't work together. So how do we actually promote some sense of cohesion and unity? Now, I heard a lot of good stuff here today. I'm taking notes left and right about the way forward. To me, one, we need resources. We need resources. And if the white people ain't gonna allow us to have resources from traditional sources, we gotta find some way. It just seemed to me that a Magic Johnson or Oprah Winfrey or, you know, some of our money people, both here and in Africa. You got James Oakley sitting over there with billions. You got Strive down there in South Africa with billions. Come on, let's get this resolved. But we need resources to do it. You know, freedom ain't free, right? And so we got to figure out how do we finance it, because we do need financing. Now, a big thing that happened during COVID, COVID was horrible, as we all know, but COVID pushed us towards Zoom, you know? And so, wow, I hated it at first. Like, what is this Zoom? But once you got to use it, understood it, bam, we can have a meeting here with somebody from South Africa, somebody here from Nigeria, somebody from Chicago, all in the same space, right? And so I think that part of the solution for diaspora engagement is to scale up our capacity using information technologies that are readily available to us today that wasn't available 5 years ago, right? So we up and now the battle I want to say in this country is not Republican versus Democrat. You know, I think a lot of us make that mistake. We think because they Republicans, they bad. The Republicans back then were people like Jack Kemp was my vice chair until he died. You know, I mean, Bob Dole, come on. Nice guy. Nancy Kassebaum, wonderful person. You know, these ain't the same Republicans we're looking at today. You know, they don't hijack the party and basically take it off. What you got now, of course, we see what we see. But I say that the battle with us as black people is not Republican versus Democrat. I find that both sides are entrenching us. You know, I find that as Democrats, I'm having a hell of a time trying to get Democrats, you know, to work with us for some stuff. You know, I'm not divided. Now, somebody mentioned the young African diaspora advisory committee that was promised after I'm working on that. It ain't over, you know. I'm on it. Yeah, I'm on it. And that's why we need to have this unity caucus thing so we can have these frank conversations so you can be brief of where things are at. You know, you can't know everything, but there are people who know pieces of it. There's other people who know other pieces of it. You know, Nicole Peacock is State Department, and she is really into the sticker. But we talk like once a month, we have a talk just about these kinds of things, where things are at. I think that's going to happen. I think, though, it won't be as strong as it need be, partly because we're getting ready to move into political season. And, you know, they announced it, but then they're going to be 12 seats on the council. You got to have at least 4 of them have got to be immigrant. You got to have some young people for sure. They got to be gender balanced. You got to have some basketballers or you know, some athletes or celebrity types. You know, they're gonna figure all that out and put it in a package of 12 people. And then the 12 people got to have some synergy among themselves. That takes time. So in my view, it was more talk than action. I don't expect it to be a profound. They've got something like 100, 200,000 people saying that they want to be on there. How do you vet them? You know, how do you vet them? And then, you know, those are a lot of the issues in my mind. They tried to do something like this in '94 with the National Summit on Africa. They gave the National Summit on Africa $7 million to do what I do. Same mission as CFA. Why you didn't just give the money to CFA? Well, we don't know this guy. But so they came up with it. They put a guy in charge out of the National Security Council, MacArthur DeShazer, wonderful guy, but he's a military guy. How can you put a military guy over the diaspora? You know, CIA, huh? And sure enough, it imploded. Money got spent, no results. You know, there we are. So here we go again talking about an advisory committee of diaspora. And when I know for a fact there's a lot more work involved in it, I'm talking to them, you know, I give them my advice and whatnot, and you can't tell the US government what to do. But, you know, if you get a chance to work with them, you work with them. My whole thing is I gotta move the US government to do the right thing. I gotta move the World Bank to do the right thing. I gotta move African governments to do the right thing. So you don't do it by just yelling. Right now, the African Union is mad at me. They're mad at me because I work with them. Chiambori, who was the president. You know, I work for whoever you put in a seat. I got to pick the chair of the African Union's here in Washington. The AU picks him. So they picked this woman. The first woman, Amina Salim Ali, from Zanzibar, a wonderful person intellectually, but she was not charismatic. She was the person who writes the right, but not the one who talks the talk. So she leaves. They brought in Eric who talks the talk. Dynamic, hard working. But her head got so big, they say, you know, she was bigger than the AU. And so they were having a tremendous battle, and they finally pushed her out. Well, they also decided to go after anybody who worked with her. So her predecessor has been here over 2 years. I haven't met with her yet, right? And so now, all of a sudden, we got African Union Day. Normally, the biggest event of African Union Day is the gala tonight, with all the ambassadors and so forth. Cancel. How do you cancel Africa Day in Washington? If Africa don't matter to Africans, why should it matter to the United States that way? No? So they know I'm talking about it. I'm sure they're going to hear about this. But what can they do? I don't work with AU, you know. So I'm almost of the opinion saying the diaspora is going to have to organize the diaspora. We can't count on the African Union to do it because of their political, you know, stance. So I don't give up hope, but I think the next generation, these young people, we ought to do everything possible to empower them. I love what I'm seeing at Howard. Me and Howard ain't always got along well either. But I can say that Dr. Johnson and the folks here at Howard now are really keen on trying to prepare these young people for global engagement, you know, and I've seen it all over. My boy, Daquan here, he's one of the products. So I'm excited about what I'm seeing, and I think it's happening. I really appreciate the Delaware State, the center presentation today. I mean, I was unaware that they're doing what they're doing. So I think this conference they talk about in November is a 2 thumbs up. And anything we can do to support it and engage it, we ought to do it. We're moving, we're on the right track, we're on the right train, but there's a lot of work to be done in the organizing space. And I'm looking forward to working with Bob Wekesa, you know, going forward. He's just a good guy. I mean, this guy working on 5 conferences at the same time. I don't know how you do it, but and then they all turn out to be good, you know. So that's my speech, if you will. I'm just saying that I'm really thrilled to be here. I'm thank you for making this happen, and anything we can do to follow up, we're going to do it. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ordinarily, after keynote speech, there's nothing more that should be said other than proceed to lunch, and that's the protocol as we know it. But we'll vary that just a bit and make it very short.
I just want to say also, Ron Daniels is here. Ron is one of my heroes. Ron is one of the best organizers in the United States of America. Probably in the diaspora, if I can say that. And if you went to his conference up in Baltimore, my brother brings the thunder here.
And I think we'll ask Dr. Darius can come after we're crossing, and I want to say this.
Secretary of State.
Oh, I don't really excuse you. I think you understand that the plane can't wait.
Great conference, and I'm here at this. You and my Secretary of State.
So I think the very brief discussion we have on the tech now is way forward. I think just a couple of ideas. How do you see us going forward? And I think Neil mentioned the need for resources, suggesting fundraising. I think there's a talk of
prioritizing a couple of areas from Professor Kadiagala in his discussion. There's talk of institutionalizing some of these operations, as well as having been more structured. So I just want us to have one or two people to give us an idea of where you want us to go. 1, 2, 3, and then we'll take it from there. Quick ones.
I still want to discuss the idea of taking advantage of this newfound interest in Africa that we see going on right now. The competition that all these people around us are doing. What can we do? What is it that we can do? In the diaspora, using connections that we have among ourselves. Take advantage of what's going on right now because it is intense. We know that the competition is there. And what please can we work on? What plans can we put together?
Global powers in Africa as an area of interest, framed in that way. Jules?
Thank you, Dr. Bob. Thank you. My boss is here.
You're one of my interns.
Yeah.
That guy is brilliant.
Thank you, Mr. Mel. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Jules American from Cameroon. And actually, I'm the tech engineer AI. And actually, I love the fact that we actually mentioned the technology level and we're trying to, have that scale up in CFA and other, platform to leverage that. Because technology today, we use in the hospital to leverage some of the use cases and make it, millions of dollars per hospital. And we want to do that also in the African community. And it's possible. And one thing that we can start off with is to have our own database. It's simple to have it. Database that we can have a structure with, business-minded people, social people, engineer around, Africa, America, and see how we can foster and put that together as a united front. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So what I see as way forward is resource mobilization, fundraising, to having priorities, and it's been mentioned global powers in Africa, that's the foreign policy arena. There's the need for data on Africa, on diaspora, and that actually lends itself to research. I think there was mention of exchanges. I suppose those are our way forward because we have to say we had a resolution from this. Any other ideas that you think we can bring on board right there?
Yes, I'm Dr. University Scholar, and I graduated from this place 4 times. And I just celebrated 25 years old in February. So I'm a senior, my darling, but I think I also have a lot to give, and I talk here too. I just came back from down under Australia, New Zealand, and the Pacific. And I'm wondering.
Use the microphone, please.
I'm wondering how you see the Pacific. People relating to any of this because they're as Black as we are. And in terms of loving me, I've gotten the most love from the Samoan and Fijian that I've ever gotten in the 100+ countries of the world that I just completed. That's one thing. The second thing is I'm concerned about this brown Black business and whether we're going to be dividing and ruling when we're doing all this brown thing. But for me, I'm Black. Before I'm brown and pink and blue, we have to be careful of how the same person who we're trying to deal with is dividing us. And I don't know how else to say. So this colorism, brown, Black, we're all Black first. So we can incorporate the Hispanic and my language that I taught here was Spanish. So I'm not going to change all of that. But we have to realize that if they say one drop of Black blood makes me Black, then don't turn me to brown, pink, and blue at the same time.
Thank you. I think it goes back to the issue of identity in a broad sense. Identity might not be necessarily the very.
I think you have to have Barbara Kamara here.
Right. I think we'll pause with Barbara right there.
If you haven't heard from her, there's no go.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
And then we'll go to lunch for sure. I promise for certain that after that.
In my more than 50 years being engaged with Africa, I find that there are a lot of things going on that we don't even know about. I look at the Atlanta, the Georgia colleges and universities, they've had this major connection in Liberia. Morgan State is doing some things, and I don't know if part of what you're going to do, a part of this whole data includes identifying what's going on right now. The people who are engaged in the strategies that they have used and what in fact has been successful, what hasn't, and how things can be modified so that all that we do can end up having a positive impact. That will continue throughout the whole process of reviewing and evaluating and changing. Because I think we're at a point now where it's not a straight road, it's a crooked road, and we can make it straight.
Thank you very much. I think we are talking here mapping and doing scoping studies for what's out there. Let's not assume that we know what's happening, and it's the best. I think that lends itself again to research to find out who is doing what where, and how we can learn from each other. I think with those.
But I want to say though, I don't want us to spend all our time doing research. I mean, if you leave it up to the academics, they'll be studying stuff to you, blue in the face. We know what's out there. We have a good idea of who's doing what. We know where the private sector is. We know where the you know, like if you look at the immigrants, you go down to Houston, you got Nigerians galore. You know, you go up to Minnesota, you got Somalis, and you know, you go. You know, here in Washington, you got a tremendous Ethiopian community. In LA, you got an Ethiopian community. You know, we know who's who. So some of this stuff, I think if we can get to 40 people in the room, we can figure out some of this stuff, but it's more important that we get going as opposed to we continue to talk about.
Thank you very much. I think you ended on a good note that we will have another planning session, as you mentioned. And thank you very much. Happy Africa Day or Africa Liberation Day. A round of applause to everybody. And lunch is right out there. As we network and let's do this. We also want to get a group picture out there.